The ocean needs our help.
Welcome to the 6th Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and honorable participants, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening across the different time zones of participants joining our event online and in person. Welcome to the 6th Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. My name is Manuel Castillo, and it is my pleasure to facilitate this opening segment. We're pleased to co-host this event along with the regional offices of the United Nations Environment Program and the United Nations Development Program. We're hosting this event in line with our Regional Decade Program, endorsed as a joint contribution to support the implementation of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Before we start with our program, I would like to show you an overview of our agenda for today, very briefly. Following the opening segment, participants will be able to engage in 3 different interactive dialogues on blue economy, governance for sustainable and resilient port development, and ocean-based climate action. After these dialogues, we will gather again in this plenary room to continue our conversation. A designated rapporteur from each of the interactive dialogues will share the highlights of the respective discussions with the rest of the audience. It is my pleasure now to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Azjamana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her welcome address. Ivo Armida, the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon to all participants. May I recognize Ambassador Peter Thompson, Special Envoy of the Secretary General for the Ocean, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, especially the youth participants from, as I understand, from many universities across Thailand. Very warm welcome. It is my pleasure to once again be with you at the Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean, which is our annual event. This day has been instrumental in encouraging governments and stakeholders to share their thoughts on the ocean and mobilize collaborative action. This has led, again, to the adoption of the resolution on ocean-based climate action at the 79th session of the Commission last May of this year. So this is the second ocean-based resolution for ESCAP. The first one was endorsed by member state in 2020. So if I may just quickly explain what the resolution calls on countries to promote capacity building, innovation and technology development and transfer, to strengthen joint cooperation, technical assistance, as well as resource mobilization, as well as to request the Secretariat meaning ESCAP, to convene a dialogue on accelerating ocean-based action to combat climate change, especially as a lead up to the 2025 UN Ocean Conference, so the third Global UN Ocean Conference. This call for action and collaboration underscores the fact that our region is currently not on track to meet SDG 14, and it has strong linkages with this goal. Although I must say, it's not that SDG 14 does not achieve progress. It has achieved some progress, actually significant progress, but still not on track to achieve, projected to achieve the attainment of SDG 14 by 2030. Today, our Ocean Day focuses on the sustainable blue economy, sustainable and resilient port development, and ocean-based climate action. In this context, I would like to highlight a few challenges and pathways to address them for your further deliberation and discussion. The first one is that we are encouraged with various blue economy initiatives, including the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. A key to achieving a sustainable blue economy is the protection of the marine environment, including through ensuring sustainable fishing practices and reducing ocean waste. This requires the ratification and enforcement of major international instruments, particularly on the prevention of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. On the plastic pollution, the world is progressing towards a new legal instrument. I call on governments and stakeholders to take proactive national and transboundary actions to eradicate marine pollution from land-based sources through more effective waste management, especially on this plastic waste and pollution. Second, maritime transport is a vital lifeline for our economy and essential to the livelihoods of people, especially of people in the Pacific small island states. However, the continued expansion of maritime trade volumes brings about growth of potential environmental impacts along shipping routes and in ports, which commonly outside countries' control. This requires coordinated action across countries towards cleaner, smarter, and safer shipping and port practices. And the third one is in connection with the ocean-based climate resolution, again, which I mentioned earlier. The resolution was endorsed by member states this year. I would like to underscore the need for our utmost efforts not to weaken but enhance the capacity of the ocean in taking up CO2 emission and regulating the planet's climate system. This includes investing in blue carbon storage for climate change mitigation, as well as expanding marine protected areas, MPAs, and protecting marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, this BPNJ. And finally, we need to promote and monitor action on the blue economy, sustainable port development, as well as ocean-based climate action. So goal 14, the challenge is, unfortunately, is among the goals with the least available data. And even where ocean-related data exists, they may not always be made available, shared, or brought together into a coherent structure. The region can benefit from improving ocean accounting that provides a standardized, internationally comparative way, thereby helping countries bridge data gaps and enhance evidence-based policy making. So therefore, again, distinguished participants, especially the youth colleagues here, youth participants here, you will have the opportunity to join the 3 interactive dialogues. I invite you to engage in this discussion, and this is open space to propose solutions to the challenges of protecting the ocean. Again, I wish you a successful as well as productive discussion. Have a successful, constructive day for the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Armida, for your remarks, underscoring some of the challenges in the protection of the ocean, but also the resolve of our member states to tackle them, including through specific ESCAP resolutions on this matter. Our next presentation is a video message that we have received from Mr. Miguel de Serpa Suarez, Under Secretary General and United Nations Legal Counsel, with some important developments on the laws of the sea. So may I ask our facilitators to play the recording?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to address you today to highlight a recent development of great significance to this Asia-Pacific Day for the Oceans. The adoption of the new agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, known as the BBNJ Agreement, on 19th July this year, is a vital achievement for the ocean and humankind. Areas beyond national jurisdiction represent nearly 2/3 of the ocean. They are home to rich biodiversity and unique marine species. They provide the planet and humankind with goods and services of vital importance, including in terms of food security and climate regulation. At the same time, they increasingly suffer from cumulative anthropogenic pressures, from destructive fishing practices to pollution of all kinds and the effects of climate change. The BBNJ agreement is the first comprehensive cross-sectoral ocean treaty in decades after the convention. It addresses, in a holistic and integrated manner, a package of 4 issues with the overall objective to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction for the present and in the long term. It provides for obligations to share the benefits, both monetary and non-monetary, arising from activities with respect to marine genetic resources. It sets out procedures for the establishment of area-based management tools, including marine protected areas. It complements and further develops the Convention's obligation to undertake environmental impact assessments. It also contains significant provisions on capacity building and the transfer of marine technology, and establishes a financial mechanism to assist developing states parties in its implementation. This groundbreaking agreement is therefore key in addressing the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss. It can also make significant contributions to achieving ocean-related goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The BBNJ agreement opened for signature on the 20th September of this year, and to date, 81 states and the European Union have signed the agreement, including 18 states from the Asia-Pacific region. Asia-Pacific states have played a very active role and made significant contributions to the development of the agreement. It is now crucial to keep the momentum high. My office stands ready to provide guidance and assistance to support ratification of the agreement and prepare for its entry into force. To that end, we have developed a program of activities to promote a better understanding of the agreement among states, but also among other relevant stakeholders. So I urge you all to take advantage of the assistance we are now offering. The early entry into force and effective implementation of the agreement will greatly contribute to efforts in transitioning to a sustainable ocean-based economy. It will help us all make our ocean healthier, more resilient and more productive, benefiting the planet and all of humankind. So I'd like to conclude by thanking the organizers for the invitation to address you today, and I look forward to continuing to work with you all. Thank you.
We appreciate this message from the UNDL Council and the excellent news regarding the number of signatories of the agreement already. And now it is my pleasure to introduce a speaker who needs no introduction. Ambassador Peter Thompson, UN Secretary General Special Envoy for the Ocean, is in person with us this year, and we really appreciate it. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
To the ESCAP Executive Secretary, Amira Alice Jabana, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an occasion for me to give sincere thanks for this opportunity to address you all, speaking here in Bangkok today. And it's both a privilege and a pleasure to be delivering these remarks at the 6th iteration of the Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. I participated in these Asia-Pacific Ocean Days since the first one, organized back in 2018. Seems like a long time ago now. And I deeply appreciate the thought and the commitment that the ESCAP Secretariat has put into organizing them, as it's actually a regional input to the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And in so saying, I applaud ESCAP's efforts to stay true to the spirit of SDG 14, working in close collaboration with the UN agencies in the region, in particular UNDP and UNEP, all working together to protect the ocean by co-hosting this event. I'm also delighted to observe the close collaboration evident in this Asia-Pacific Ocean Day with COBSE, the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia. For those of you unfamiliar with COBSE, it is one of 18 regional seas conventions and action plans that are active globally. UNEP's Regional Seas program serves as a marine beacon that is guiding intergovernmental collaboration through the stormy seas of climate change and biodiversity loss and pollution. Next year marks the 50th anniversary of the Regional Seas program, an occasion that will not go unheralded in the lead up to the next UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France in June 2025. From the very first UN Ocean Conference held in 2017, which Fiji and Sweden co-hosted, these conferences have valued inclusivity and diversity as their hallmarks. The ocean conferences exist to support the implementation of SDG 14. And for SDG 14 to succeed, cross-sectoral collaboration is essential, including civil society and academia, the private sector, and the scientific community. And within those sectors, the role of qualified young people is absolutely critical as we seek the solutions they will be responsible for in implementing on our voyage into a precarious future. It's just very gratifying to see so many young people present here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, as the mantra goes, there can be no healthy planet without a healthy ocean. And the ocean's health is currently measurably in decline. That decline can be measured in the warming of the ocean, leading to fundamental changes in marine ecosystems, the death of coral, rising sea levels. It can be measured in the rates of overfishing and the unprecedented rates of ocean acidification. It can be measured by the accumulation of plastic detritus on our foreshores and the proliferation of microplastics from the bloodstreams of our own bodies through to every corner and depth of the ocean. But we're now awake to the challenges and are determined to halt and reverse that decline. As we struggle through these times of great political discord, distrust, and strife around the world, it's remarkable that multilateralism continues to deliver heartening progress on the environmental front. From overcoming the plague of plastic pollution, to defeating global overfishing, to the establishment of planetary biodiversity protection, we are laying down the legal frameworks that will lead us to a sustainable way of life on this planet. Starting at the World Trade Organization, we are ridding the world of harmful fisheries subsidies. This is no small matter. For every year, some $20 to $30 billion of public monies are spent on these subsidies, mainly for the enjoyment of industrial fishing fleets, depleting the ocean of its fish stocks. WTO members have done half the job by agreeing to ban subsidies that contribute to illegal fishing. At last count, this agreement has now garnered close to half of the ratifications required to bring the agreement into force. Meanwhile, WTO members are engaged in slow but steady progress in Geneva, looking to complete the job by agreeing to ban subsidies that contribute to the overcapacity of fishing fleets. Hopes remain strong that such agreement will be reached by the time of the WTO ministerial meeting next February. My plea to all of you reporting back to your capitals after our dialogues today is that you recommend prioritization of national actions required in your countries to support successful outcomes at the WTO. Achieve those outcomes, and we will have ticked the box on SDG 14.6. Against all odds, the UN Environment Assembly has established an intergovernmental negotiating committee to put in place an internationally binding instrument to control planetary pollution by plastic. The so-called Plastics Treaty now has a draft text that will be debated by the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee in Nairobi next month. Remarkable progress. The way things have been going to date, parties are quietly confident that a treaty can be agreed by the end of next year. The rub will come in how robust the treaty will be and whether it ushers in a truly circular economy for plastic. In my view, the treaty should not just be a rationalization of the plastics industry and a curtailment of the pollution that is so flagrantly put upon the world. There is mention in the draft text of the development of nature-based alternatives to plastic, and I believe the treaty should lean heavily in the direction of developing, financing, and scaling of these natural alternatives. The only true circular economy is nature itself. Here in the Asia-Pacific region, we have many river systems that are conduits of the plastic, microplastic, paint particles, tire particles, chemical and nutrient pollution that put such negative pressures on our marine ecosystems. I applaud all those in the region who have adopted the principles of source to sea or ridge to reef and have put measures in place to curb these pollution flows and stop the worrying proliferation of marine dead zones. Asia-Pacific member states were prominent in bringing the BB&J process to a successful conclusion in New York this year, as you just heard from Undersecretary General Suarez. This agreement has huge implications for equitable governance of the high seas. And once again, the call is for your governments to take the lead in ratifying the agreement so that a high seas treaty comes into force before we gather in Nice at the next UN Ocean Conference. Then in Montreal last December, the Kunming-Montreal process came to a triumphant conclusion when the parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity agreed upon the Global Biodiversity Framework. Amongst many encouraging provisions, the framework provides us with a target to protect 30% of the planet by 2030, a target based upon the scientific consensus that if we don't do so, we will face a cascading of species loss at a rate unseen since the days of the dinosaurs. Combining the consensus of the Global Biodiversity Framework with the advent of a high seas treaty, the BB&J, the way forward opens to establishing great marine protected areas out in the ocean spaces beyond national jurisdictions. For example, in the Pacific, there exist high seas pockets bounded by the EEZs of Pacific Island countries that are ready-made MPAs. Protecting the transit of migratory species through these pockets will be of obvious advantage to the EEZs of the Pacific Island countries to which the fish are in fact heading. In the face of steadily changing marine conditions and FAO's reporting of 34% of global fish stocks being overfished, an abundance of fish stocks should never be taken for granted. Much work remains to be done to achieve the SDG 14.4 target, and we should be most grateful to the government of the Solomon Islands that has agreed to host a summit next year to address SDG 14.4. Honiara is home of the Foreign Fisheries Agency, has been for 50 years, and 60% of the world's tuna is located in the Southwest Pacific, and that stock is amongst the best managed globally. So the Solomon Islands is a most worthy location for the summit. It's heartening to see the heightened attention that ocean action is now being given in the Asia-Pacific region. Here at ESCAP, you adopted a resolution in May this year calling for an acceleration of ocean-based climate action. It's a great lead-in to COP28 in Dubai. The Pacific Islands Forum has endorsed the development of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, giving the ocean a central place in regional policies and frameworks. The role of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner has now been established as a standalone post, with offices to be established probably next year in Palau. ASEAN recently adopted, as you heard from the Executive Secretary, its Blue Economy Framework, envisaging the blue economy as the new engine for ASEAN's future economic growth, in line with ASEAN's carbon neutral strategy and ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris. Meanwhile, I look forward to speaking next week at the World Ocean Week in Xiamen, China, and again there at the East Asia Congress in November next year. You can see there's a lot happening in the Asia-Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us remind ourselves that our region is home to a majority of the world's coral reefs. And it must be said that in the face of global warming, one of the most alarming prospects we face is the demise of coral. Given the outsized role that coral reefs play in planetary diversity and a healthy ocean, thereby a healthy planet, if only for the interest of humanity, we must do all we can to preserve coral reefs. Without doubt, the most effective step we can take in their defense is curtailing our greenhouse gas emissions to levels that allow the 1.5 degrees target to be met. And that is obviously a challenge, the way things are going, but 1.5 is still achievable. COP28 in Dubai is looming. Thus, to all delegates attending, on Coral's behalf, I make the plea that you do all you can in your capitals to keep global warming at 1.5 when you turn up in Dubai at COP28, so that coral can remain alive. Last month in New York, the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, made up of 17 serving heads of government, released a report which was entitled "The Ocean as a Solution to Climate Change." The report's analysis found that full implementation of ocean-based climate solutions that are now ready for action could reduce the emissions gap by up to 35% on a 1.5 degrees pathway by 2050. The report found that reducing oil and gas consumption is critical. Remember, many of these 17 heads of government from oil and gas producing countries. The report found that reducing oil and gas consumption is critical to success in meeting global climate commitments, and that stopping the expansion of offshore oil and gas extraction should go hand in hand with a demand-led phase down of current production. Sectors identified by the Ocean Panel's report for investment action included marine conservation and restoration, ocean-based renewable energy, ocean-based transport, ocean-based tourism, and ocean-based food. I'm pleased to note that these sectors are a good fit with this afternoon's discussions in our 3 interactive dialogues, and I look forward to many solution-oriented outcomes emerging from our discussions. In the name of intergenerational justice, I conclude my remarks today by asserting that we must make a massive pivot towards investment in the sustainable blue economy. We must make that pivot as if our grandchildren's lives depend upon it, because for many of them, that may well be the case. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Thompson, for this highlights and especially for framing the conversation today in the context of the global processes that we're going through right now. So before we move on to our interactive dialogues today, I would like to show you a very short clip highlighting the work of our Asia Pacific youth, including some of the footage that we received from nominees within the framework of our Ocean Youth Championship this year. I ask our facilitators to play the video.
Ocean is the heart of the planet.
Many creators depend and live in the ocean.
Trust filled the ocean, and the ocean screamed in pain.
Masih bagus ya, masih bersih, masih terus karena abrasi, terus ini karena cuaca. Mungkin kadang pengunjung juga kurang peduli ya.
However, there is still hope. Together, we can make a big change.
Ocean is boiling. It's too hot for marine life. So we came up with our project, Passport to Paradise. The new rules for everyone to contribute with the nature before witnessing the gorgeous paradise.
Take this step to spread awareness because sea is not only for tourism, but there are important resources that we have to protect.
Please protect our ocean.
We've received great footage and we're flattered by all the nominees, and we will make an announcement later today on the champion for 2023. So with this, we will be concluding our opening segment, and I would now like to explain the dynamics for the interactive dialogues going ahead. So for those of you joining us via Zoom, we will open the Zoom rooms where you will be able to join your preferred dialogue discussion. You may choose the dialogue now by clicking on the breakout room icon that appears near the bottom right corner of your screen. If you're unable to join the rooms, please wait in the plenary room while our technical facilitators do a manual migration. If this is your case, we'll kindly ask you to write the preferred dialogue in the chat. After these discussions, we will meet again in this plenary room in approximately 85 minutes to share the highlights of the dialogues. May I now ask our facilitators to distribute the Zoom audience online to start joining the rooms. And for participants joining us in the United Nations Conference Center, you're not invited to proceed to your corresponding meeting rooms. You see the rooms there on your screen. If you are going to be joining Dialogue C on ocean-based climate action, you stay in this conference room. If you're joining Dialogue A on the blue economy, you are kindly asked to proceed to meeting room F. And for governance, for port resilience, you proceed to meeting room G on that side. Thank you, and we will see you in 85 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for joining Dialogue A. I'm going to begin now. So thanks for joining Dialogue A, entitled Transitioning to a Sustainable Blue Economy in Asia and the Pacific. We have a very interesting and well-versed set of panelists for this session, coming from the government, development agencies, consulting firms, private sector, and non-government organization. I'm equally pleased to see that our audience, from both online and in the room, come from a wide array of stakeholders. My name is Margarita Caballa, and I am pleased to be your moderator this afternoon. I coordinate the marine and coastal ecosystems and biodiversity work of the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia. Our new area of work on the marine and coastal ecosystems, guided by the recently adopted Marine and Coastal Ecosystems Framework to support countries towards achieving biodiversity goals, has identified blue economy as the overarching theme in conducting conservation efforts, just in line with the topic we are discussing this afternoon. We have 1.5 hours for this dialogue on transitioning towards sustainable blue economy. We will be looking at national efforts and initiatives and government roadmaps towards the blue economy agenda. We will also be discussing some good practices across several blue economy sectors, including cargo and passenger services or transportation and tourism. Our panelists will be sharing their experiences and recommendations for action on transitioning ocean-based economic activities towards something that protects and conserves the marine and coastal environment, provides equitable benefit to people, particularly local communities, and ensures equitable prosperity for the years to come. In this dialogue, we will have multiple rounds of discussion with the audience So please do not hesitate to send us your questions in chat or raise your hands to speak. Please tell us your name and affiliation, keep your questions concise, and let us know which speaker your question is for. There have been very big strides in recent years to find the delicate balance between nature conservation, human well-being, and economic prosperity. The ocean, being as big as it is a source of grand opportunities, which, if not done responsibly, can lead to catastrophic results. We hope that this dialogue and this 6th day of the ocean can play a part in encouraging biodiversity conservation of the marine and coastal space through a sustainable blue economy perspective here in Asia and the Pacific. Without further ado, allow me to present our speakers this afternoon. Mr. Leonardo A.A. Tegu Sambodo is currently serving as the expert staff to the Minister for Leading Sectors and Infrastructure Development and acting expert staff to the Minister for Equity and Regional Development at the Ministry of National Development Planning, or BAPENAS, in Indonesia. He was involved in the development of 2 national documents, which are the Blue Economy Development Framework and Blue Economy Roadmap, as the editor and one of the authors. Mr. Olive Westergaard, online, leads UNEP's global work on sustainable blue economy and has been a key driver in supporting countries in transitioning efforts towards sustainable blue economy. Dr. Salome Taufa, who is also online, is a resource economist at the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, a fisheries economist by training, and have worked in national and regional policy development in areas related to natural resources. Mr. Aparosa Silatolu, with us here today, is the director of the Center for Appropriate Technology and Development in Fiji. In this role, he has discovered a passion for grassroots rural empowerment through skills training and the opportunities that lies within them for the economic empowerment of Fiji's rural root. In addition, and more importantly, CATD is trying to push the boundaries of innovation through Green TVET and developing the curriculum for green trades. Ms. Teresa Mo is the Communications Officer of the Reef World Foundation. She's also here with us today. Prior to joining the conservation sector, Teresa had years of experience working within the marine tourism industry and engaging with local coastal communities as a scuba diving professional. At Reef World, she supports the organization in raising awareness of the importance of conservation work and running sustainable businesses. Ms. Mo will provide insights about the environmental and socioeconomic opportunities for sustainable marine tourism in the diving sector, with examples from the Green Fins Initiative. Dr. Lucy Greenhill is the head of Blue Economy online at Howell Marine Consulting, with over 18 years experience from across government, academia, and the private sector. Lucy works internationally with governments and multilateral organizations to understand and realize governance transitions for a sustainable blue economy. Lucy is currently providing technical support for UNEP in their work in the ASEAN, and her work in the region has included supporting PACTEGU, introduced earlier, and the government of Indonesia on the development of the Blue Economy Roadmap supported by UNDP. And finally, we have Professor Kavi Kumar online from the Madras School of Economics, Global Ocean Accounts Partnership Panel of Technical Experts. Professor Kumar will provide insights on valuation of goods and services from the coastal and marine ecosystems and its relevance for ocean accounts and sustainable transition to blue economy. Okay, so our first round of questions is for experts from the government, development agencies, and regional bodies to provide perspective on global, regional, national intervention. So, Mr. Tegu, developing the Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap is a wonderful achievement and something other countries intent on transitioning towards a blue economy can learn from. How did you manage to bring together all these stakeholders from across the House, convince them of this relevance, and how does the government support and ensure that each stakeholder partake in the different aspects of this roadmap?
Thank you, Margarita. For Indonesia, actually, COVID-19 pandemic has prompted us to consolidate our effort to find a new source of growth for Indonesia, because as our trajectory has been postponed like 7 years because of the pandemic, and blue economy is one of the source of growth that we think we can that is relevant for Indonesia as an archipelagic country. And we also need to translate our law actually that we had already since 2014. They define about blue economy as an approach on how we can manage the resources for the benefit of economic growth and sustainability. So convincing line ministries, for example, it is quite challenging because we have different authorities, we have different scope of work, but sometimes in many ways we are overlapped one to another. At the same time, about the marine protected areas, for example, about zoning, this is also a crucial part when we are talking about blue economy development in Indonesia, because Indonesia is a decentralized country. So every local government has a piece of authority in some of the region. So this become an issue on how we can balance the opportunity for small-scale fishers to capture fish and also to access many other opportunities. So discussion and providing evidence is important. So before we develop the roadmap, we consolidate our understanding about blue economy in a blue economy development framework, meaning that we have the framework for everyone to refer to. We can learn from the definition from the different institutions, and we can come up with a good idea on how we can define further collaboration to one vision, mission, targets, as well as then we can define into several action plans. So basically that's the way we consolidate ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Tegu. And Indonesia is part of COBSI, and the development of a similar roadmap is also worth exploring in our region and in the Asia Pacific as a whole. And I personally looked browsed at your roadmap because it's very long. I cannot read it all by myself, but it's very comprehensive and worth looking into and somehow replicating in other sites. So I turn on to Mr. Vestergaard Ole, my colleague from UNEP. UNEP has provided support to Indonesia, the ASEAN, and several other countries around the world in developing the Blue Economy Roadmap. From your perspective, what are the characteristics or practices that have been instrumental towards gaining leadership priority to work on sustainable blue economy, and how can other countries who are interested to partake in this initiative prepare themselves?
Thank you very much, Margarita, and thank you, dear panelists and audience. Thanks for inviting UNIP to give perspectives. Just want to check you can hear me.
Yes, thank you so much, Ole.
I want to address the question a little bit broader and frame the issue around how we ensure a really sustainable blue economy. So UNIP, we work globally, regionally, and with countries to support the transition to blue economy that is sustainable, climate resilient, and inclusive through policy support and capacity building. And we heard from Peter Thompson in his opening remarks, and sustainable economy can provide wide-ranging benefits to communities and societies for future generations. And this includes a mix of environmental, social, and economic benefits. For instance, blue carbon, mitigation benefits from healthy mangroves, and food security benefits from healthy coral reefs. I think it's important that we here in this meeting today consider how we make this transition practical and real. And it's important to note that a transition to a sustainable economy is not about business as usual, where blue economic growth forsake other benefits. Blue economy really require healthy and well-functioning oceans. So therefore, we need to consider how we rapidly can upscale systemic and integrated approaches across government institutions to tackle the triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, and pollution, in order to secure the long-term sustainability of oceans. And that means reversing current degradation of blue ecosystems, require transforming us how we produce, process, use, and manage natural resources that we derive from oceans in our socioeconomic systems, and how we design and implement national policy across the water continuum, from land to sea. I think the recent The Indonesian roadmap on blue economy is a good example of early efforts to try to map that and make the connections across the government. We must continue to address major drivers of environmental degradation and biodiversity loss by advancing coherent policy, connecting government institutions, and apply integrated management. And this means a lot of cooperation and coordination across sectors and actors to implement ecosystem-based management and nature-based solutions for environmental, economic, and social benefit. And I think later we will hear a little bit more about the nature-based solutions aspects. Now, the task we all have is to put a sustainable economy into practice on the ground, creating livelihoods, income, jobs, good health, while also protecting and restoring coastal ecosystems and the capital, which is really the primary asset for a long-term blue economy. We already have many tools in the toolbox to do this. We heard about marine protected areas. We have spatial planning, coastal zone management, integrated water management. We also have important tools on environmental assessment, ocean accounting that we'll hear about. The key questions are, what does a sustainable economy really look like? How do we actually know when our blue economy is truly sustainable? How do we predict long-term outcomes and potential impacts? And how do we really design an environmentally sustainable blue economy? So just to wrap up, to mention that we have developed methodologies to help countries to align policy areas to maximize benefits across sectors, which supports sustainability within sectors and reduces conflict across sectors. We have developed sustainable economy rapid assessment approach that helps getting started on the process. We have been working in the small island states in Caribbean to see how this works in practice. And basically, it enables actors and stakeholders to set a common vision, identify common priorities, and really setting up a starting point for identifying what needs to change across policies, legal frameworks, finance, and so forth and so forth. And I'm happy to give more details on this. For now, to note that as we are intensifying blue sectors and resources, the need to safeguard the ocean resources is becoming more acute. In the same time, we can showcase valuable linkages across sectors and stakeholders. For example, there's an increasing example on how biodiversity restoration and offshore renewable wind infrastructures can go hand in hand. So with this, I will end my note, and I look forward to this conversation and come back for further conversation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ole. And I'm glad that we have a variety of sectors and players here present today who can be engaged in this SBE process apart from just nations and governments. And as Ole mentioned, there are many tools that can be looked at if you are interested to transition towards this sustainable blue economy. I head over to Dr. Taufa from online. So I'm sure the experiences of small island developing states may be different from the transition process that countries like Indonesia are going through. Islands in the Pacific are highly dependent on ocean-based economy, and perhaps in some instances is the only source of economy. What can other countries also learn from the Pacific Islands given their ocean dependence? Can you highlight specific industries and how these were harnessed towards a sustainable blue economy? Over to you, Dr. Salome.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to you all from here in Solomon Islands. Firstly, before I go into a specific industry in the blue economy, I just want to highlight something that Ambassador Thompson referred to, which is the what is called the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. It's our regional framework for the Pacific that was endorsed by our leaders last year. And it is a blueprint for, it provides the guidance to the development and also the management of our resources. And central to this strategy is our ocean. And this strategy has 7 key thematic areas. One of them is ocean and environment. So this ocean and environment thematic area focuses on protecting the ocean, where it looks at how our resources have been protected from the impacts of climate change, marine pollution, and also securing our maritime boundaries. There's another thematic area that is called the Resources and Economic Development thematic area, and that thematic area focuses on the sustainable development of our ocean and its resources. That's where the umbrella for the blue economy is. Throughout our experience to date, we have come to realize that blue economy means different things to different people. And so although we are a large ocean state, blue economy is still not yet fully understood within the Pacific context as we would have thought. And so one of the work that we're doing now is to see how we can have a better understanding, or perhaps come up with a definition of what does blue economy mean within the Pacific context, especially as we're working to develop these high-level regional policies. Now, to implement this 2050 strategy, we are also working on what is called a Pacific Roadmap for Economic Development. And one of the key 3 pillars of this roadmap looks at harnessing the blue economy in a sustainable way. Now, that brings me to the key sectors that we have. So through, with the support of UNDP, we did some mapping of our blue economy sectors. And one of the matured sector in the Pacific is fisheries. So fisheries, we have tuna fisheries, and it also something that Peter Thompson also referred to, one of the agency, a regional agency that looks after our migratory species or offshore fisheries, is the Foreign Fisheries Agency. So that's how important this resource is to us, that we have a specific regional agency that just looks at the sustainable management and development of our tuna resources. We also have other regional agencies such as the Pacific Community and SPREP, and they all work together to protect our ocean environment. So it looks at marine pollution. There's also a concerted effort, coordinated effort in the region to try and secure our maritime boundaries. And then we're also trying to bring more coordinated effort as well to the sustainable development of our resources. And as I mentioned, fisheries, particularly in the tuna and the offshore fisheries, it is a key economic sector for the Pacific. And it is one of the key priorities for our leaders. At the moment, our Pacific Ocean, or it is the Western and Central Pacific Ocean, we currently have the healthiest tuna stock in the world at the moment. And we do supply more than 50% of the global tuna. However, at the moment, we are only getting about 10% of that over $1 billion value in sector or industry, tuna industry. So although it's a matured sector, there's still more that we can do. There are also other sectors that have been highlighted that are in a sort of like in a growth stage or pre-development stage. For example, biodiversity, climate mitigation and adaptation, marine biotechnology, and also more importantly is energy. So in these areas, we're looking at how best we can harness our blue economy in this area. But just to wrap up and moving forward, one of the lessons learned that we have identified is the need to work together. We are a sea of islands. We're islands who are floating in this vast ocean space. And so it would require, in order for us to transition towards sustainable blue economy in the Pacific, it would require more concerted and coordinated effort from everybody that is involved, from the political level all the way down to the grassroots level, particularly in the development of our policies, because an inclusive approach is important for everyone to take ownership to ensure that there's effective implementation of our policies so that we can achieve our leaders' visions and their levels of ambitions. There's a lot we can share, but I'll leave it at that for the moment and happy to take any questions later on. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Doc. Dr. Salome. So indeed, blue economy can be a contentious term, but it's not our goal now to have a universal definition, but it's good to understand that each territory will have their own needs on how they define this, especially such as yourself in the Sea of Islands. So I'm heading over to the first set of questions. I would like to open the floor for our first set of speakers. Any colleagues and other panelists are also welcome to add any additional insights. Anyone from online or here in the room would like to ask questions to our set of speakers? I think there are questions online. So from University of Tehran, as an aquatic taxologist, my question is that considering high toxic pollutions now in Asia Pacific oceans from different sources, what are plans for monitoring, assessment? I have to leave now. Anyone with insights on this one? Someone's also asking for guidelines in PDF of the Pacific Forum on Blue Economy that was presented just now.
If I may, moderator, I can speak to that guidelines in the PDF that's been asked there.
Yes.
So at the moment, as I mentioned, we're currently working to develop the Pacific Roadmap for Economic Development. One of its key pillar is the harnessing the blue economy sustainably. And something that one of the speakers alluded to was the Blue Economy Development Framework. We have a large ocean and it's a very crowded space. So many things that so many players are in that space. And although we have a few regional organizations that are in place to look after or coordinate the effort, it's a challenge. And so one of the things that we're looking for this roadmap to do is to provide some framework for everybody to work within, so can bring some coordination. We don't have the guidelines, but one of the things we're working towards is to develop some kind of guidelines. And I just want to mention that with the support of ESCAP, we are also looking at ecosystem goods and services. It's a policy tool instrument that is also not really well understood in our region. There has been some work done in the past by some agencies, but what we've realized is that a lot of decision or policy makers in our part of the world don't really understand this tool, and so because of that lack of understanding, it's not being utilized. So what then we're doing is we're hoping to develop some kind of guidelines that we can use to support members in understanding what ecosystem goods and services are, and also the valuations of the tools that is being used to evaluate that, and how different tools can be used for different policy decisions. So all these things are all coming under as part of the implementation of the 2050 strategy. Thanks. And happy to share a copy of the 2050 strategy.
Thank you so much. And we also look forward to the guidelines you are developing. Any other questions for our first set of speakers? If not, I will move to the next one. Maybe later you will have. Yes, please. So the question was, were there any efforts to educate the public on blue economy in the Pacific Islands? Who would like to answer? I think Ole's hand is raised there. Ole, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mavi. I wanted to respond to some of the discussions around the terminology and definition of blue economy, and that question that just came. But just to note that yes, indeed, there's no universal definition on what is a sustainable economy. Although there's a whole range of actors that are increasingly making efforts to define a common approach. Recently, the G20 adopted a high-level principle for sustainable ocean economy. We saw the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. We have EU, European Green Deal, defining a blue economy, and so forth. I think the point is that the blue economy will look different in different countries, and that is okay. It will have different terms. I think the important is to recognize that there must be some central elements that ensure that the blue economy is sustainable, resilient, and equitable. So we can actually define some principles that is really practical guidance on how you could set up circularity in your blue economy, how you could build in sustainable consumption and production, how you can ensure benefit sharing, how you can practically deal with the protection and restoration in a coordinated way. So again, I think I will encourage all sort of stakeholders and governments to think it as an open sort of a menu, but we can all look at some common criteria or elements that really can help us develop a blue economy in a sustainable way. And this is the kind of framework and guidance that UNEP has developed, and we are happy to share some of these details and some of the learning that has come out from initial work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on the question of what are efforts being communicated, Mr. Do you want to answer?
I just would like to add what Ole has explained. According to Indonesian experience, when we develop the vision of blue economy development, we take some bit of definition from our law and also from other countries, from the World Bank definition, from UNEP definition, and we try to find the ones that are that relevant for Indonesia. But as we learn also from the evidence from data analysis and such, we think that it is good to put forward the vision or the definition, put more on focus on how we can become more capable in managing our resources. That's the modality that we have. Then what we are going to do with the ocean-based resources, then we think about on how this can create a more inclusive and sustainable growth for our population, whether it is for today's generation or future generation. So this kind of like an approach maybe can become one of the reference for anyone or for other countries also, how they can grow their own definition based on what are the most relevant factors that define blue economy according to the condition. And with regards to the monitoring, in our blue economy roadmap, we put also some technology solution, although we don't know yet, but we put that technology maybe will provide us with more solution on how we can monitor, whether it is about marine debris or other types of development, that we try to put it in our roadmap in order to attract more participation, whether from research institutions, universities, or private sectors that would like to work together with the government to find a solution. So this is another way on how we can put a plan, although we don't know yet the exact technology solution, but using GPS, using other types of technology solution, I think we can modify and further develop according to the needs.
Thank you so much. I think I will proceed to the next, and then we can go back to other questions. We have a bigger planner, open question at the end. So for our second round of questions, panelists working directly in the different SPE sectors who can discuss insights on how different sectors can transition towards SBE. So Mr. Silatolu, transportation and shipping are very important components of our marine economic activity, from small-scale cargo and passenger services. In a SIDS country like Fiji, where the environment is fragile and economic activity is limited, you constantly have to find the balance to achieve prosperity, nature, while addressing human well-being. Can you please talk about your center's role in transitioning the transportation sector towards blue economy?
Thank you, moderator. So maybe at the outset, before I go into answering the question, I'd probably like to introduce the institution that I represent. So it's basically a vocational and a technical institution or a school. That's why I'm quite excited to see a lot of young people in the room. And while we appreciate the policymakers and the frameworks that are set up towards this blue economy, we'd like to look at ourselves as more implementers, so that we could put a feel and a touch to the blue economy that we're discussing. So I have just basically 2 slides that I'd ask if our technical people could put up. So in our school, we basically introduced the sustainable boat building course. So as you can see up on the screen, in partnership with the UNDP, in Fiji, we have, as you can see in that picture, is wooden water taxis that are powered by combustion engines or 2-stroke engines. And we use this in Fiji to travel inter-island. And with the help of the UNDP and the assistance of the Blue Grant Accelerator Scheme, our school has managed to come up with a new design. Can we move to the next slide? So the next slide will see basically the new design that we've come up with, where we are transitioning the boat into a more, let's say, a climate-friendly boat that is powered by solar and electric engine, and it's built by students. So in Fiji, there are 14 provinces, and our institution has the representatives from all provinces in one institution. And they are part of the new boat building curriculum, where they're building a climate resilient boat that's powered by solar and electric engine, to basically put to a feel and a touch to the blue economy that we're talking about today. And I believe that in transitioning, we believe as an institution that the key component that we feel can see the sustainability of what we're trying to achieve is the educational aspect. That educational is key, and that I believe is why the question was asked from one of the audiences to the education around blue economy. And we feel that attaching education to this kind of exciting projects will ensure that it's sustainable and it's long-term in that sense. So apart from actually designing and building with assistance of the UNDP funds, we are developing the curriculum alongside it so that we could get it accredited and taught in our institution and in other institutions in Fiji. So that, and then the last part of it is creating the industry so that when our students graduate with their sustainable boat building certificates, that they have an industry to ultimately transition into in that sense. So from our end, basically, that's what our institution is doing. And I'm not sure about all the other Pacific Island countries or the Asia Pacific countries that are here. In Fiji, we feel that a proof of concept is always important before we get political backing and political will. That's why we are quite appreciative with the partnership with the UNDP. It's allowed us to basically put up a proof of concept. So when the students, they build, now we are testing it in the water. The thing is, once government can see that it's actually there physically, we believe that the political will could ultimately come through in that sense. So that's basically from our end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Silatolu. And this is a very good opportunity since we have a lot of students here. I'm impressed by how you engage the young people in your community and ensuring the education. You try to find the emergence between education and SDE and the implementation. As you mentioned, we have decision makers and policy makers, but the implementation is still far from it. And I'm glad to hear about this opportunity. So I'm heading over to the tourism sector, Ms. Mo. So as you know, tourism is another very important blue economic activity. We noticed during the peak of COVID, for example, that nature was flourishing again since people were not flocking around. And now we are heading back to pre-pandemic tourism. Marine tourism whether through scuba diving, free diving, snorkeling, and others, all have impact in the marine life, such as coral reefs. With Greenfins, how can we shift the role of the marine tourism industry towards actively participating in the conservation of nature while addressing socioeconomic needs of the community?
Yeah. Okay. Well, and you are right. If unmanaged, the marine tourism industry poses significant local threats to coral reefs and the marine ecosystem. That's why our work through Green Fins is actively and measurably reducing local environmental impacts from marine tourism activities. So just a quick intro, Greenfins is a joint initiative of the UN Environment Programme and the Ripple Foundation. It provides the only internationally recognized environmental standards for the diving and snorkeling industry, implemented predominantly through its membership for marine tourism operators globally. It has been proven that businesses that become Greenfins members and follow the 15-point code of conduct have reduced their negative impact on the environment. This progress is audited through annual in-person assessment or online self-evaluations. And then businesses will be provided with practical low-cost alternatives to harmful practices to help them lower their environmental impact. So we have seen that diving and snorkeling businesses that improve their environmental sustainability are also seeing positive and lasting socioeconomic changes within their communities and among the customers. These members are not only preserving the environment by reducing their impact, but also getting involved in conservation projects and provide job opportunities to the local community and attract higher value eco-travelers that studies have now shown are more likely to pay more for high quality services. So there's a few examples, like, many Greenfins members have also offered alternative career opportunities to the local communities. As a result, these individuals from the communities have found employment as boat crews and skilled captains, and some have also become certified dive professionals. And these have helped improve the livelihoods and sustainable development of their homes, including the locals, and getting them invested in protecting and monitoring their natural resources can help spread awareness of the environmental issues throughout their own community. For an example, an operator in Borneo, Malaysia, many of their staff are now ex-fishermen. So they are now dive instructors, guides, or boat crews. And this is a growing career in tourism, that is far more sustainable than fishing and better for the environment as well. This not only increases job opportunities in the community, but also helps to reduce stress from overfishing in the area. In one of the Greenfins Code of Conduct points, members are recommended to actively participate in conservation projects, either locally or internationally. So on a local scales, an example of an operator in Malapascua Island in the Philippines, who is a top scoring Greenfins member consistently for the last 9 years. They provides training for their staff, guests, and fisherfolk in the area on environmental best practices for the removal of crown of thorns to keep the population in control in the area. And on the larger scale, through our online platform, marine tourism industry now has direct access to experts from NGOs and governments to support local conservation projects. Like recently, NOAA put out an alert for coral bleaching this year, and through that platform, coral bleaching has been identified in so many areas globally, just to name a few, from Maldives to Indonesia, Jordan, Puerto Rico. This Greenfins network has all come together and report this bleaching data to NOAA, and we think this kind of data and this kind of platform could really help. And also supported by REFO's 2022 survey that reached over 2,000 people and around 220 countries, our studies have shown that tourists are becoming more conscious of their environmental impact, and the demand for environmentally and socially responsible experiences is growing. Customers are more likely to pay more for services that are considering people and the planet. especially the prevalent in younger generations that are now taking over the market. So in other words, to keep a business running, businesses now have to look into ways to reduce their impact and give back to the environment and communities on which their businesses are built. And in return, this will benefit the local communities and economy, as a healthy ocean is not only beneficial to businesses, but also to local communities that rely on it for their livelihoods. Environmental sustainability is synonymous with high quality. Through Greenfins, businesses are able to grow their sustainability to protect the environment, support local community, and offer high quality services that attract more customers and increase their revenue while doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, for sharing your tourism's role in SBE. And I would like to share that the Referral Foundation is one of COBSI's good partners in Greenfins implementation, which started here in Thailand in 2004. So 20 years already by next year. From a small practice in a Thai island to a global project, we can see a shift towards sustainable tourism and more discerning consumers who are supporting this kind of endeavor. So we are now in the second round of audience intervention. But before we proceed, I believe FAO would like to share something. At this point, may I call on the representative of FAO?
Thank you to distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, would like to thank the organizers and express its appreciation for the opportunity to contribute to today's interactive dialogue on transitioning to a sustainable blue economy in Asia and the Pacific, and to thank the hosts of the 6th Asia Pacific Day for the Oceans for convening this platform for systematic and inclusive dialogue on priority areas and challenges for our region. For 3.3 billion people around the world, fish provide at least 20% of the average daily intake of animal protein, as well as a unique source of omega-3 fatty acids and essential micronutrients that are critical to people's cognitive and physical development. In 2020, at the global level, around 600 million people had livelihoods that were dependent on aquatic food systems, including 58 million people working in primary production sectors. When considering the entire value chain, approximately half of those employed are women. Aquatic products represent one of the most traded global food commodities by value. Aquatic foods, including fish, shellfish, aquatic plants and algae, are particularly important for food security, livelihoods, and the economies of Asia and the Pacific. The Asia-Pacific region represents the majority of global aquaculture production, approximately 50% of all capture fisheries production, and is home to the majority of the world's small-scale fisheries. Trade of aquatic products is considerable, both within the region and globally. A blue transformation is FAO's vision for maximizing the potential of aquatic food systems as drivers of employment, economic growth, social development, and economic recovery and sustainable development, particularly in the face of projected impacts of climate change. And it was developed to assist member nations in achieving sustainable, resilient, and inclusive aquatic food systems within their unique national contexts. FAO estimates that by transforming global aquatic food systems, aquatic food production and the reduction of loss and waste could grow availability from 178 million tons in 2020 to almost 250 million tons per year, providing an increased apparent per capita consumption of aquatic foods reaching 25.5 kilograms per year by 2050. However, greater availability of aquatic food does not automatically lead to reduced levels of hunger and malnutrition, improved livelihoods, or more sustainable outcomes. To achieve these outcomes requires a concerted effort that considers environmental impacts, including those contributions from IUU fishing and overfishing, as well as ensuring the social and economic viability of every element of a blue economy, and the food aquatic system in particular. Blue transformation is a targeted effort by which agencies, governments, and stakeholders can use existing and emerging knowledge, tools, and practices to secure and sustainably maximize the contribution of aquatic food systems for food security, nutrition, and affordable, healthy diets for all. FAO members have highlighted the importance of blue transformation as a vision to achieve sustainable aquatic food systems through three core objectives. Firstly, the sustainable intensification and expansion of sustainable aquaculture that satisfies the rising global demand for aquatic food. Secondly, that effective management of all fisheries deliver healthy stocks and production and secure equitable livelihoods. And thirdly, that upgraded value chains for aquatic foods ensure the social, economic, and environmental viability of aquatic food systems. FAO is working with members across the region on issues spanning aquaculture, innovation and investment, support to improved fishery assessment for sustainable and adaptive management, the strength and support to small-scale fisheries policy, and review of fishery support mechanisms and their linkages to trade, including subsidies. These interventions within the broad vision of blue transformation ally to the objectives of the global framework relevant to the oceans and their sustainable use, including the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 14, the range of binding and non-binding instruments for sustainable fisheries, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and most recently, the BBNJ Agreement. FAO looks forward to cooperating with member nations, UN agencies, and all concerned stakeholders to ensure that the ocean economy is truly blue and contributes to sustainable livelihoods and economies for current and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we've heard from fisheries, aquaculture, tourism, and transportation. May I open this for one question? Maldives, please. Okay.
Let me first of all thank the organizers for convening this meeting and express my sincere appreciation to the panelists for their comprehensive presentations today. Madam Moderator, the ocean is the source of life on our blue planet. It has the largest biosphere and the largest carbon sink on the planet. Today, the ocean is being threatened by overexploitation, pollution, plastic litter, and most importantly, climate change. As global warming and other environmental problems bear down upon us, we must step up our efforts to transition to sustainable blue economies. The Maldives is 99% ocean. We are inextricably tied to the ocean. Our two main industries are fisheries and tourism, and the success of our tourism sector is largely linked with the health and wealth of our natural environment, especially the marine ecosystem. To safeguard our island ecosystem and institute measures for the sustainable use of environmental resources, several measures have been implemented at the national level. To ensure sustainable use of our natural resources, the Maldives endorsed the 30 by 30 target of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which falls under the worldwide initiative of the Global Ocean Alliance to protect at least 30% of the global ocean as marine protected areas by 2030. The Maldives also take concrete steps towards phasing out single-use plastics. This plan encompasses regulations on the import, production, and sale of selected single-use plastic products and has been rolled out in stages. To ensure environmental protection, including the preservation of marine life, as well as guaranteeing that the areas are utilized in a sustainable manner, 3 atolls, specifically Ba, Sino, and Nyavian Atoll in the Maldives, have been declared as biosphere reserves. Additionally, protected status has been granted to 207 species of birds, 14 marine species, dive sites, mangroves, and some ecologically significant islands. Our work does not end there. We have also established the Maldives Red List Initiative, where 5 marine turtles and 39 species of corals are being assessed and more taxonomies are being assessed. Madam Moderator, coral bleaching
and other causes of damage are often the result of rising surface temperatures of the oceans, which destroys the reefs that act as natural defenses of the island. Coral regeneration and growth are therefore important to improve the health of reefs, provide protection, reinstate habitats, and restore the natural balance in the ecosystem. I'm happy to note that several tourist resorts in the Maldives have begun gardening corals as well, demonstrating that this effort is a joint endeavor requiring the participation of whole society. In conclusion, it is important to enhance the productive potential of the blue economy and strike a balance between environmental protection and economic growth for sustainable and inclusive development. We should work together achieving a more sustainable development model through utilization of our ocean resources and promoting the sustainable production of marine resources in order to place island nations like the Maldives on the path of sustainable and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maldives, for sharing your experiences as a small island developing state as well. So I will proceed to the last round of questions, and later on we will have more time for anyone who would like to intervene. So this is for expert panelists working on specific tools that can support this SBE transition. They can provide insights on their tools and how these can be adopted by nations and even the private sector. Dr. Greenhill from Online. So we increasingly recognize that putting nature at the center through applying ecosystem-based, nature-based solution is central to a successful transition to SBE. As you may know, in 2022, UN Environment Assembly reached a multilateral agreement on the definition of nature-based solution, which will contribute towards scaling up the adoption of NBS, also in the context of a sustainable blue economy transition process. I understand that you are currently working with UNEP in developing a technical brief on the role of NBS in the context of sustainable blue economy transition process. Could you share with us your insights on how NBS can enhance the sustainable blue economy outcomes and highlight some case studies and opportunities for Asia Pacific region? Over to you, Dr. Lucy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Margarita and delegates, and thank you for the invitation to join this session. Yeah, so myself and colleagues have been working with UNEP for some time now with Ole Vestergaard on the Sustainable Blue Economy Transition Framework, and we've recently been looking at the links between this transition approach and nature-based solutions, which are increasingly highlighted in international frameworks. So to remind ourselves, nature-based solutions are nature-positive actions that protect and enhance marine natural capital that then in turn enhance nature's capacity to provide the ecosystem services that we depend on and make up the blue economy. So as Ole summarised, to ensure a blue economy is sustainable, then that transition itself addresses 5 key outcomes or principles. And it's clear that nature-based solutions really embody these and provide a key way to ensure progress towards them. So I'll talk to each one of those briefly here and linking the outcome to nature-based solution thinking and examples. So taking the first outcome, the transition to a sustainable blue economy seeks to protect, restore and regenerate healthy ecosystems, so requiring an ecosystem-based approach and putting nature at the heart of decision-making. And this reflects the mindset of the nature-based solutions concept, putting nature at the centre of everything that we do, as well as driving specific action on protection and restoration of ocean ecosystems. And worldwide, we are seeing focus on increasing protection and restoration of critical ecosystems, including through extensive marine protected area designation and enhancement, including the commitments and the 30 by 30 targets. The second major outcome is ensuring equitable outcomes through improved inclusion of women, youth and marginalised groups in the blue economy to enhance livelihoods, health and well-being of communities. And we really see this across nature-based solution examples with focus on the involvement of communities in their design and implementation. So, for example, in Indonesia, there's a project called Restoring Coastal Fisheries Through Sustainable Development that ran from 2018 to 2021, which supported the development of community-led mangrove fisheries management plans. And so these plans introduce temporary mangrove reserves to both promote equitable development of fisheries alongside conservation. And this project resulted in improved mangrove health and biodiversity, as well as community health and well-being. So third, the transition seeks to enable climate stability and resilience, so actively promotes the integration of nature-based carbon sequestration and adaptation activities into conservation and restoration efforts, as well as addressing climate throughout our planning and management of human activities. And nature-based solutions are fundamental here, as now formalised by the UNFCCC, where nature-based solutions such as mangroves and the so-called blue carbon habitats now form part of national adaptation strategies. So in addition to protection and restoration of key habitats, climate-smart aspects are often integrated into nature-based solution projects as well. So in India, for example, a project by the South Asia Forum for the Environment and a civil society organisation called the Majuli Green Warriors Cooperative developed hydroponic float farming and aquaculture as a climate adaptive agricultural practice in rivers and wetlands to improve flood resilience. So this example promotes climate preparedness by ensuring food and livelihood security, sustainable production, as well as disaster mitigation at the community level in flood-prone coastal areas. The fourth outcome is ensuring sustainable consumption and production through appropriate management of human activities to minimise harm. And this really drives innovation in the management of sectors such as fisheries and can also be looked at from a nature-based solutions perspective, as in the Indonesian example where fisheries management plans included the restoration of mangroves as an approach to improving the sustainability of fisheries. And other examples of nature-based solutions here include nature-positive design in our maritime industries. And in Europe, we are seeing this a lot with offshore wind, where developers are integrating opportunities to enhance nature through engineering solutions, such as artificial habitat creation around infrastructure. And finally, the SBE transition seeks to apply circular economy approaches so that we can decouple economic growth from ecosystem degradation by enhancing efficiency of resource use, minimizing waste, and minimizing environmental impact. Nature-based solutions again embodies this principle, seeking to enable sustainable economic development while ensuring regeneration of natural capital. There's many examples here, but some include the investigations into alternative materials to plastic, such as in aquaculture, where nets, pens, and rope can be made from more sustainable materials, including recycled plastic. And looking across the full value chain to understand the potential for efficiency is critical to enable the expansion of aquaculture and ensure that we can address food security of expanding populations without negative consequences for ecosystems. So it's clear that the concept of nature-based solutions is intertwined closely with the sustainable blue economy transition, and both are about putting nature at the heart of decision-making and decoupling economic growth from ecosystem degradation. And the integrated governance supported by a sustainable blue economy transition approach, which Ole mentioned, where policy areas are managed in a coherent and integrated way, is really fundamental to understanding the opportunities for nature-based solution, and particularly their role in addressing multiple cross-cutting policy objectives. So finally, the blue economy is a way of thinking, seeking to drive system change. But as we've discussed here today, the blue economy can be open to interpretation and can take a very economic growth-driven perspective, for example, whereas in nature-based solutions, the ecosystem focus is not up for debate. Therefore, I think it's beneficial to focus on nature-based solutions throughout our blue economy discussions, as it centralises the role of nature and the protection and restoration to ensure ongoing production of ecosystem services which we rely upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Greenhill. So these are very good examples and outcomes. And thank you for providing concrete examples on this intersection of NBS and SBE. I personally am of view that we put nature and human well-being at the center of these discussions instead of growth, but that's just me personally. And finally, our last panelist speaker, also from online, Professor Kumar. After hearing all these experiences from the private sector, government, development agencies, from your studies and technical know-how on the global oceans account partnerships, Can you identify opportunities and challenges in terms of data and statistics that should support this SBE transition? And what can you recommend for the government, private sector, and agencies to consider in developing their SBE policies? Over to you, Professor Kumar.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and the co-panelists for setting a stage and kind of highlighting several crucial aspects of blue economy and blue economy transition. I come from an academic world, as has already been mentioned by the moderator. So I represent the expert group, global expert group on the Ocean Accounting Partnership. So the point I'm trying to make here is for the sustainable blue economy transition, I would like to argue that ocean accounts contribute a crucial intervention. And just to remind ourselves, ocean accounts are integrated records of regularly compiled and comparable data concerning ocean environmental conditions. That's, for instance, extent and condition of, let's say, seagrass, or economic activity such as sale of fish, and social conditions such as coastal employment. These are based on SNA and SIA, that's the UN frameworks for accounting, thereby maintain a similar structure as existing national accounts that are maintained by the NSO's National Statistical Offices. So the ocean accounts integrate 4 key components in our discussion. One, largely macroeconomic accounts from which the economic measures such as GDP are derived, and environment economic accounts that explain the assets and flows and ways, ecosystem accounts which agree on spatial framework or the extent and condition of the ecosystems, including biodiversity, services, value of the ecosystem services, and also the structured data on the ocean beneficiaries, technologies, the governance and management. So it's a kind of a crucial tool for our understanding on the kind of transition that we are achieving towards the blue economy. I think a crucial aspect on the ocean accounts involves the valuation of the goods and services of the ecosystems, of the coastal and marine ecosystems. I'll try to take a couple of quick examples to illustrate what I'm trying to say here. And I think it would be relevant to remind ourselves this recent publication from the United Nations Department of Economics and Social Welfare on the monetary valuation of the ecosystem services and ecosystem assets for ecosystem accounting, which is basically considered as an interim version right now, but it provides very crucial inputs for our understanding on the valuation principles. I think the one, they said examples wise, we have enough information from some of the World Bank recent publications in terms of the change of wealth of nation 2021, where they highlighted in case of mangroves, for instance, over the period of 95 to 2018, while the extent of mangroves has declined in many countries, their overall value for the coastal protection has increased substantially because the sharp increase in the coastal flood risk driven by the growth of coastal population, as well as the produced capital located along the coast. So while the extents are changing, your value of that is essentially increasing substantially. Similar kind of an arguments could be made with regard to the fishery sector. And another interesting example, the case of Indonesia, that World Bank has carried out. It's looking at the conservation policies for mangroves and restoration of mangrove ecosystems. They use the extent accounts from the Indonesian coastal ecosystem accounts and connected it to provide spatial cost-benefit analysis, which actually allows us to understand the hotspots where you can actually facilitate a little more growth, or you may have to be more concerned about the growth to be taking place, growth in the sense of other conventional developmental activities to be taking place and so on. So it's kind of provides a more disaggregated version of where the hotspots are lying and so on. So several such examples come to our understanding from the various academic and semi-academic activities that are taking place on the valuation of the coastal and marine ecosystem goods and services, as well as their assets. In Indian context, some of our own work showed how what are the values of what is the value of the existing coastal marine ecosystem goods and services, which was put around 0.11 trillion in PPP terms in 2013. But large majority of this actually comes from, in fact, it's not accounting for the non-use values. It's largely accounts for the use values. And within that, regulatory services contribute the maximum. In terms of actually looking at where do we take all this information in the context of blue economy transition, my submission is on these following couple of pointers. With more and more economies and countries viewing oceans as the next frontier to cross for enhancing their economic growth rates, which is, I think, most of us acknowledge, it's crucial to ensure that there are effective checks and balances that are put in place to facilitate sustainable use of the oceans and sustainable blue economy transition. And as I've made arguments so far, my submission is that development of ocean accounts can ensure that such a check and balance is to be put in place. In terms of the existing data structures and statistics that are prevailing in most of the countries, my submission would be that there is a multitude of institutions and agencies and government ministries that collect a variety of data related to the oceans. But the problem is in terms of ensuring that there is a standardization and also not reinventing the wheel kind of a situation. So there is a need for standardizing the data collection processes at the national levels and also making sure that they are comparable with the international practices. While there are country-specific requirements that need us to be considering different ways in which the definitions are to be made, but there must be some commonality across countries and also across within a country the kind of data sets has to be collected. And I think a common data center, a national data center on oceans could be an interesting and important way forward to ensure that the standardization is achieved. And with these few suggestions, I'll wrap up here. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor Kumar. These are very interesting and a lot of tools to absorb in this very short time. So dear audience, we have now heard from all our panelists, and as I mentioned, we are running out of time. We would like to open the floor for 1 or 2 questions from anyone with insights they would like to add. I also want to acknowledge the many young people in this room who are attending this session, and maybe I wish to open the floor directly to you if you have one you would like to bring to any of our panelists or our last 2 panelists. And you may address the question to anyone. So 1 to 2 questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for the floor. I would like to ask a question regarding to food production. I was wondering, should there be a set standardized food production units or system to minimize the excess food supply that often result in subsequent problems, including food waste? And please share us one example to optimize the food availability and utilization to promote sustainable food production. Thank you.
Who would like to answer? FAO.
Thank you for your question. I don't think we have standard food production systems, mainly because the context of every system is a bit different. The economies, the level of productivity of the environment. But I think what we have is now very clear frameworks about what sustainable production should look like and how to operate within limits and what the environment can absorb. So basically, we're looking at not exceeding the capacity of the environment to produce or sustain food production. So that means that we shouldn't overfish, but also we shouldn't overstock or try to overproduce because we get pollution and problems with that. So I think that's fairly clear for us. It is clear we have a lot of waste in the region, and we have a lot of gains to be made from better post-harvest preservation and just looking after what we catch or what we produce and make sure more of that turns into direct food consumption. Particularly important, though, remember we use quite a lot of marine resources for feeds, and this is an area where definitely we can improve. where we could move away from marine sourced feeds, looking at alternatives, but also there's some very exciting and new stuff coming up with marine-based feed production from, for example, from unicellular algae, from seaweed, many other sort of opportunities there alongside the agricultural options on land. Fish production is surprisingly efficient compared with terrestrial livestock, and yet it's something that we don't really appreciate. And this is a really big opportunity for our region in particular, because so many people eat fish here, so many people depend on fish here, probably more than any other region in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One more question before we wrap up. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Emika Chamjansi from the Environmental Justice Foundation, and as an NGO, I have questions for anyone can answer. So, just wondering, are there any challenges and lesson learned, or any recommendations for advocacy on putting together and for the government to initiate the effective frameworks and roadmaps for sustainable ocean blue economy? Yeah, especially tackling marine debris and plastic pollution. Yeah.
Would like to answer? You want to answer? From the governments first. Yes, please.
Thank you for the questions. This is a good question. For us, when we develop the roadmap, we come also to the small fishers community, witnessing that their area are full with waste, garbage, actually brought by from the upstream of because close to the river, and they are particularly in the delta area. And having a better understanding about the livelihood of this community, we then turn into, modified our approach for the roadmap, that putting into inclusivity as one of the main component, and having by listening to the community as well as responding to their needs is one of the strategy to improve the ownership of the roadmap among the communities. But at the same time, linking also to the sustainable food production, we would like also to put the opportunity for the local fishers and also their family, including women, as an important part of the food system, as well as for the blue economy development roadmap. This is because we have several data analysis, and when we develop the blue economy index for Indonesia for the monitoring tools of the blue economy development progress, when we put the role of women as one of the important variable for the social pillar within the index, we see the improvement on how blue economy can contribute to the overall benefits, economic benefits. So this kind of analysis, so together with listening to the community as well as to improve, to expand the data analysis to include maybe other indicators or variables that previously overlooked, especially, for example, the role of women, it is important. So many ways on how we can also include, putting first advocacy in our back of our mind when we develop the roadmap in order to provide the aspiration, a good place for the aspiration in our roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize that we have to wrap up our session now because we have to head into plenary. But thank you to everyone. Let's give an applause to all our panelists for joining us this afternoon. So thank you for providing us your expertise. I am sure we learned a lot from your different experiences and backgrounds. So just a quick summary. We need a common understanding of what a truly sustainable blue economy is. While there is no universal definition, there must be some central elements and principles to ensure that a blue economy is truly sustainable and equitable. We've heard from different sectors: tourism, fisheries, transportation, and the speakers emphasize that while this is a crowded space, we need to improve coordination and collaboration at national, regional, and even international levels across all sectors to ensure that an inclusive and a true blue economy approach. So our rapporteur during the dialogue later is thank you to Ms. Teresa, who will provide a summary during plenary. See you back at the plenary hall in around 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon and then good morning, good evening. So for all participants, not only to attend in person, but also they join the online. My name is Suyap Kim. I'm the Economic Survey Office of the Transport Division. And then today I will pleasure to be your moderator. So the theme of this year's maritime session is the governance for sustainable and resilient port developments, and consists of the opening session and the main session to listen to experts' insight and share their opinions. In order to use the time given shortly, efficiently, I will start this session right away. So first, I would like to introduce Mr. Emil Lund, who is the Director, Transport Division, ESCAP. He is deeply involved in maritime transport-related work at the Transport Division with his maritime background, experience, and knowledge. Mr. Emil Lund, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you, especially the youth participants, to this interactive dialogue session on governance for sustainable and resilient port development of the 6th Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean, which is designed to look at the issue of sustainable ocean from a unique angle, the port governance. So first, I would like to express my gratitude to all member states and development partners for your support to ESCAP's work on sustainable maritime transport, which is an integral part of our efforts on sustainable ocean. So my special thanks go to Mr. Wong Jung King, the Director, Port and Coastal Regeneration Division, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Republic of Korea, a long-standing partner of ESCAP, for joining us in person today. I would also like to thank our esteemed speakers who will share their valuable views on the topic later this afternoon. Professor Paul T.U. Lee, Director, Ocean College, Zhejiang University. Mr. Nannan Bijong, Senior Port and Maritime Transport Specialist, the World Bank, and Mr. Kim Sun-woo, Director of Port Policy and Operation Research Division, Korea Maritime Institute. Thank you for your time and look forward to your insights. Distinguished participants, port sector is an integral part of ocean economy. While its role as the gateway to international trade and global market has been widely recognized, its symbiotic relation with coastal cities and the nexus between port and other ocean-related sectors, such as aquaculture, fishery, shipping, tourism, energy, and other waterfront industries, should also be given enough attention. In other words, sustainable ocean and ocean-related SDGs, especially SDG 14 and SDG 13, cannot be achieved without sustainable ports. So given port governance directly influences the distribution of port resources formulation of port strategies and policies, management of port activities, as well as relations with other sectors, especially the ocean-related industries. A good governance is essential for sustainable port development and has profound impacts on sustainable ocean. In a nutshell, port governance plays a key role, not only in port development itself, but also in achievement of sustainable ocean and ocean-related SDGs. So, ladies and gentlemen, although ports in the Asia-Pacific region differ significantly in terms of size, function, level of development, and the role in regional and global supply chains, they are all responsible for the sustainability of ocean. Ports in Asia and the Pacific have undergone substantial changes in the past decades as a result of domestic, social, and economic evolution and new technologies and regulatory frameworks introduced worldwide. Nowadays, the port sector is in an era of transformation in response to the call of the 2030 agenda. The growing climate crisis indicates that decarbonization and resilience will be featured in the future development paths of almost all sectors, and there's no exception for port sector. So ports are assets with large investment and long lifespans, but vulnerable to climatic disasters. The lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic further prove that ports are crucial for a well-functioning global economy, and the suspension of port services will lead to critical interruptions to global value chains. The new strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships adopted by the International Maritime Organization in July this year, together with the visible energy transition, will have significant and direct impacts on shipping and consequently on ports. So ports need to be well prepared for current and future crises and accelerate its climate actions. So while there's no single approach to build resilience and realize decarbonization of ports, there's no time to lose. Distinguished participants, given the critical role of port governance in port development, transformation towards sustainable and resilient ports require good governance. Although the modalities and the regimes of port governance don't have to be the same, the vision of sustainable development should be mainstreamed into the guiding principles of port governance everywhere in our region. Obviously, a sound understanding of port transformation in the context of the 2030 agenda and sustainable ocean development will help foster a more ocean-inclusive port governance regime. I'm pleased that this interactive session provides us with a good opportunity to reassess the role of port governance in promoting sustainable and resilient port development in line with our ambitious sustainable development agenda. The distinguished participants, before concluding, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Republic of Korea, notably the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, for their support to ESCAP in promoting sustainable maritime connectivity in Asia and Pacific. I would also like to extend my appreciation to all speakers and experts for your support and contribution to our discussion. So let this event be another important step in strengthening the collaboration among member states, UN agencies, international organizations, academia, and private sector on promoting sustainable and resilient port development. I wish you all productive and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
So thank you, Eamon, for highlighting the importance of the sustainable and resilient food development and its relationship is sustainable ocean, which is the ocean is the main topic. So now I would like to invite Mr. Wonjung Kim, Director, Port and Coastal Regeneration Division, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Republic of Korea. He has worked many years in the ministry and contributed a lot to sustainable port development in the Republic of Korea. So, Director Kim, floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you. Wee Min-ran, the Director of Transport Division of UN ESCAP, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wonjung Kim, the Director of Port and Coastal Regeneration Division from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. My sincere congratulations to the 6th Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. I'm especially delighted to participate in interactive dialogue on governance for sustainable and resilient port development. I would like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to Paul Tae Lee, Professor of Zhejiang University, and Seong Kim, Director of Korean Maritime Institute, and Nainan Biju, Senior Port and Maritime Transport Specialist of World Bank, and all the participants attending for this session to share their views on sustainable and resilient port development. With over 80% of world trade volume carried by sea, ports are crucial infrastructure nodes for global trade activity. In particular, ports are essential for maritime countries as well as Pacific Island countries that are highly dependent on shipping. However, ports have recently experienced supply chain disruption due to the pandemic and are facing the change of port governance, responding to climate change and securing efficiency and sustainability. This may be why we have chosen sustainable and resilient port development as a topic today for common prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, we share challenging tasks and cases of ports in Asia-Pacific region. I firmly believe it will be a meaningful time to remind us of the importance of cooperation for promoting common prosperity. As one of the leading countries for sustainable and resilient port development, with proactively responding to the change of port governance, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea is constructing a carbon neutral port by 2050.
เว็บโค้ดแล้วก็พี่เก่งเขาสแตนบายเลยหรือว่าออกไม่ได้ มันเบียดพี่แล้วเดินออกแล้วต้องออกฝั่งนี้
We're converting cargo handling equipment to low carbon and utilizing renewable energy for a sustainable port. Currently, we are actively participating in creation of green shipping corridor between Korea and ports in other countries, such as Tacoma Port in the United States of America. Moreover, to ensure port safety, responding to climate change, we are carrying out an infrastructure improvement project to overhaul old and damaged port safety facilities by 2024. According to the plan to strengthen climate change response in ports and hinterland areas announced in 2023, the MOF of Republic of Korea will achieve following missions by 2032. Number one, strengthening responding capabilities for climate change. Number two, establishing Korean standard design for ports, including fishing ports. Number three, creating a safe port environment at all times. Number four, strengthening of prevention of disasters. The Korean government will continue to cooperate with UN ESCAP and its member countries so that the various ideas we share today can lead to a better future for the Asia-Pacific region. Once again, I reiterate my sincere gratitude to all the participants and the organizers preparing for this event today. Thank you.
Thank you again, both two speakers who delivered the valuable opening remark. And then we will continue with our main session on governance for sustainable and resilient port development. So please understand that given time for our session is too short, just 70 minutes. So please, each presenter must conclude your presentation within 20 minutes. Because we try to secure Q&A time for audience and the students. So please, your mind to keep the 20 minutes. So now I would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Paul Teuli, who is the professor of the Zhejiang University, China. He will deliver, as you see the title, Harmonizing Port Governance with Sustainable Port Development in Asia and the Pacific and the Policy Implications. Professor, yeah, floor is yours. Actually, he's a professor, so he has a lot of experience to teach the students like you. So yeah, please listen to him. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right, it's my great honor to be here. First of all, thank you very much a lot for allowing me to give a speech. Mr. Ren Wei-min, the Director of Transport Division, also Mr. Kim Won-jung from Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Republic of Korea. Okay, today's my topic is harmonizing port governance with a sustainable port development in Asia and the Pacific and the policy implications, right? Can I control this one? It's okay. Right, okay. First of all, my motivation to present my topic is to revisit port governance models of the last 4 decades, right? First decades. And then second one, we cannot escape the impact of COVID-19 on port activities. Also digitalization and the decarbonization issues, so-called the CDD, okay, CDD issues. And then therefore, having considered these 3 CDD main issues, I'd like to address how can we design harmonizing port governance model. In other words, existing port governance model is suitable for dealing with these 3 emerging issues or not. That is my questions. Right. Okay, so how to, I think is they haven't uploaded my new version, right? This is older version, right? This morning I sent you new version, right? Can you find the new version? Yeah. That is the wrong version. Yeah, that is the new version. Yes, yes. All right, anyway, to save time, let me move on, right? Okay, first one is 4 steps, how to explore harmonized. Yes, yes, correct. Thank you very much. Right. So first one, to revisit the port governance model, what's the weak point, okay? And the second one is to draw gaps between existing models and the current port industry facing the issues, for example, CDD issues. and then to propose a new concept, a new model, new theories. Because if we face the new problems, we may solve the new problems by existing models, but we may need some theories, some models, some new concept. That is my argument, right? And then conclude the remarks with some suggestions, right? Okay, let me scan the brief review, revisit, right? First one, as you know, where the port governance model just a private governance model or public governance model and the mixed. That is quite a traditional category. And the second one is the port governance model has been changing because when we have a baby, right, small clothes, right? Whenever baby is growing up, he should change clothes, right? Exactly same. Port governance model should be keep changing, right? Responding to emerging problems, issues, right? So, for example, port regionalization issues, and then there's a customer-oriented model issues. Another one is a port privatization. I would say that is led by World Bank. One day, World Bank pushed the developing countries, hey, you should adopt the privatization, because privatization is like a panacea to solve the problem, right? But what about the impact of the privatization in developing countries? One day I published a paper. I do not agree with the privatization is not panacea, right? Okay. And then port development policy, Asian Anglo-Saxon doctrine, European doctrine. But I propose the Asian port doctrine. But we cannot explain why the high successful growth of the Chinese container port, Singapore port, and the South Korean port in the world. Can you guess how many top container ports are located in Asia? 9. Out of the top 10 container ports, 9 container ports are located in Asia. Out of the 9, 7 in China, 1 in Singapore, 1 in Busan. We cannot explain existing the Anglo-Saxon model, European doctrine model cannot explain Asian's growth. That's why I propose Asian port doctrine, right? Okay, so what's the role of a port governance model? Private or public or mixed, right? First of all, port efficiency and the port effectiveness. Which port governance model is suitable to improve port efficiency and the port effectiveness? We need to think about, right? And then second one, which port governance model is the best one to meet the customer's needs, right? Generally speaking, right, public state-owned company is very arrogant, bureaucratic. They don't care about the customer's satisfaction, right? Private companies are more flexible to meet customer satisfaction, right? Simply speaking, right? And then which port governance model is suitable to allocate the resources in an efficient way? That is a role and target. But I'd like to raise some questions, right? What are port performance and the port development by port governance models, right? That is a comparison of a public and the private and the mixed, right? And if port efficiency and the port competitiveness have achieved, who invested for those achievements? Who will take out the costs, right? Actually, I was cultured in developing countries. I was born in very poor countries. My country's GDP is poorer than Congo in 1960s, right? So we received a lot of economic aids to develop the port and the road and the highway, right? So who will get the outcome? The most outcome for regional, the country or for foreigners. We need to think about them. I'm an economist, okay? So if developing country improve port efficiency in our port, who will get the benefit from such efficiency? We need to think about it, right? foreign stakeholders or domestic stakeholders? Okay, developing countries develop port efficiency, port and develop efficiency. Foreign shipping carriers come to my port because of thanks to high efficiency. There's the ships turnaround is shorter and shorter. So who will get the much benefit? Of course, developing countries, if improve port efficiency, their logistic cost is down and their international trade competitiveness is better. Therefore, we need to think about that is a trade-off, right? Third one, what are emerging factors existing port governance models face? So I would say my argument is that the existing port governments also too much focus on port efficiency and port effectiveness. Now we need to expand the role and the function of a port, not just to focus on efficiency and effectiveness. We need to think about the port roles and the function in the context of the national economy, right? And the environmental issues, and then port digitalization, etc. Right? Okay. That's why the key start point, we need to think about beyond the port productivity and the port efficiency when we design port governance model, right? So considering outbreak of COVID-19, emission control areas, green port, smart port, green shipping corridor, right? How to embrace such kind of emerging critical factors for sustainable future port. We need to think about our current port governance model can accommodate all those problems, factors. So this one, port devolution continuum path. So according to privatization, port governance deregulation, right? The transferring the power of function and power responsibilities from central government to local government. That is a general trend. But because of COVID-19, port digitalization, green shipping corridor, now is a local government, the local port authority cannot handle all those things. Therefore, central government step in. Therefore, continuing pass through a little bit, the part of it is reversing to the central government. Okay, that is my argument, my new theory. Recently, this idea was published in Transportation Research Part E. Right? So, as I mentioned earlier, we have faced new problems. So that's why we need a new angle, new methodology. First of all, we need to change from the single eye to commatidia, multiple ideas. Do you know the locusts in the rice field, right? Human being has only one eyeball, but locusts on rice field that has very many eyeballs, right? We need to look at this one. For example, when I married my wife, I didn't see only my wife's face. The back side, the right hand side, the left hand side, right? I checked every angle of my wife, and then finally I married, right? Likewise, we need to look into the airport for many angles, right? Not just the port efficiency, port effectiveness. That is my argument, right? Okay. Second one is we need to think about. We need to think about the port, the role of a port value from the socio-economic and the strategic value of the sustainable future port, right? Also, we need to think about port and the city interface, right? So some country has a very close relationship between city government, the port authority, but some countries doesn't have such a relationship, right? So how can we design port governance model to achieve sustainable port development in the post-pandemic period? So we need another new concept. I'm sure here is so many students, I'm so happy, right? You have already learned economics, scale, scope, and density, speed. That's very common economics. But my question, are they enough to improve productivity and efficiency in the port economic activities? Also, are they enough to handle new emerging problems? Therefore, I propose this new, that is my theory. Economies of flow, economies of connection, economies of fusion technology. For example, when container box arrived at a certain country port, I don't want to disclose a real case, right? But that port, right, when I arrived container box in the terminal port, and it takes 1 or 2 days customs office. Sometimes we need to give a suitcase of money, right? Also, they are checking it. And then another land side, road side, many, right, bureaucratic systems, right? But what about when container box arrived in Shanghai port or Singapore port, in Busan port? We don't need a face-to-face meeting between cargo owners and the government officer. Why? Single window system, right? Right? So economies of connection. A cargo owner in developing countries should visit the customs office, the immigration office, a bank, and several government offices, right? But in Singapore, in South Korea, Shanghai, cargo owner just upload all cargo information on website. The information shared to all the stakeholders, the government agencies, right? So that is the economies of connection, right? Third one is the economies of fusion technologies, right? When I was young, when I had a date with my wife before I married, I should take a camera, I should bring cassette, right? I should bring, right, other, at the time, it's a Motorola phone. It's very like a weapon, right? I should bring 3 or 4 things, right? But now I can carry only one iPhone, right? That is a fusion of technology issues, right? So fusion technology applied for smart port, right? Technology infrastructure. So we need to change the way we're thinking. Infrastructure, most of scholars or policymakers have got the misconception. Infrastructure, only hardware. No, we need to change. Software infrastructure, hardware infrastructure together. That is a material, compoundized approach, right? Right, and then we need to think about, right? So green development port and the smart port together. But because of CDD issues, so I have proposed this new 6th generation port model. Y-axis is market growth, port competition, value added social welfare. On x-axis, right? So government support locational restriction, and then the CDD, right? And then this is a UNDP categorized from 1st generation cargo port, just the loading and discharging, simple function. Next, the 2nd generation port, logistics port, SCM port, globalized port, and then dynamic customer centric mode. That is a smart port. That is a harmonizing port governance model, right? So smart platform, smart community between port and the city, and the smart governance, right? That is a 6th generation port model, right? Okay, digitalization, decarbonization. I would like to highlight these 2 issues in the context of the green shipping corridor, in particular, green shipping and the digital corridors, right? So this concept was proposed by 2021 at the COP26, so-called the Clyde Bank Declaration. This GCC based on 5 pillars: Paris Agreement, IMO's resolution, IMO's MAPO, and the okay, etc. But I'm sorry to say this comment because I have a little bit of freedom to criticize IMO's role, okay? IMO is trying to many efforts to reduce gas emission at the sea, collaborating only central government and the shipping company, port authority, IMO itself. But this concept, can you see? 10 stakeholders: port authority, shipping company, cargo owner, energy producer, provider, shipbuilding, they belong to, I would say, infrastructure and operation group. So, for example, Amazon, IKEA, they announced, we will not export, import the cargos without using zero emission ship. They have already announced, which means if you are a shipping company, if you have no zero emission ship, you cannot take my cargo. Okay, that is a more effective way, for example. And the governance and the supporting group, international organization, central and the federal government, the city government, the ship classification society. But this GSS is very interesting. City government and the port authority must sign together. For example, green and the digital shipping corridor between Rotterdam and Singapore. So Singapore port, Singapore city government, Rotterdam city and the Rotterdam government. Shanghai and Rotterdam, Shanghai municipal government, the Shanghai Port Authority, and LA Port Authority, LA City government. Why? Because whenever the container ship or LNG tanker come to the port, they produce the gas emission if the wind from the seaside to the city center, all gas emissions come to the city center. That's why citizens could get the more high cancer. We have evidence, right? Therefore, so this is now good in the Shanghai and the Singapore, LA, and the Busan port has already launched and implemented, right? So now 49 ports and the cities joined, and the 41 shipping companies have already launched and announced green shipping corridor. Just 1 month, this month, I updated the news. Right? So concluding remark, right? My first conclusion, direction for harmonizing port governance with sustainable port development should regard port and the city as an organic system, like a human body, right? If you have something to hit here, it's one paper, right? But so far, policymakers regarded, I would say, policymakers should regard port as just object, right? Like this one, right? So that is we need to change the way of thinking. The port governance model should be designed to fit the country's economic, political, and the social structure. I would say so, but the World Bank and the Western scholars push the developing country just to adopt Western model without the criticizing, without the adjusting. That is my argument. As I mentioned earlier, I was born in the very poor culture, right? Okay, so we need to think about it. Every country is a different political system, political economic system, social system. Water downs from the top in the down in the US, in China, right, Thailand, the same. But social theory, social economic system different. For example, if one interest rate 1 or 2% increase in US, nobody can carry cash. Okay, but in a certain country, I don't want to disclose the country name because I don't want to discriminate the country. In certain country, even though one interest rate up and two interest, they never transfer cash at home to the bank. Which means the human being has a different sensitivity to interest rate. That is why if you borrow economic model from America to your poor country, developing country, it may not work. That is my argument, right? Okay. Third one is the existing port governance model should be adapted to address green shipping corridors, digitalization, the aftermath of the COVID-19. Okay, the policy recommendation. Policymakers should consider strategic and economic value of a port for its regional and national economy beyond port efficiency and competitiveness, because we have new core factors. The aftermath of COVID-19, digitalization, and the decarbonization. The local government, the local port authority can't handle those in an efficient way. A port needs to adopt the key performance indicators for evaluating sustainability and to maximize its synergy effect and the stakeholders. If we look at the document or papers, there are only societal, economic, environment, only 3 aspects they are evaluating sustainability. I do not agree. We need to think about the legal system, social system, economic system. We need to think about it, right? And then a port needs to apply fusion and innovative data-driven technology for GLDC in association with the 6th generation port, right? So every port maybe have a free trade zone, right? China has a lot of free trade zone, technical zone, right, to which contribute to economic development. The port import technology, labor, and the capital investment. They constructed the manufacturing assembly, and then they produce the product and then re-export. That is one of the economic growth factor to develop the container port, right? Okay, also a port needs to integrate the digitalization and the decarbonization. Decarbonization and the digitalization go hand in hand, no separate one. Okay, that is one. Finally, port cities need to collaborate for establishing green shipping corridors in association with the digitalization in the ASEAN and the Pacific. Right, luckily we had lunch together with the speakers together. So we wish to develop the green shipping corridor and the green shipping and the logistic corridor, right? In collaboration with some the international bank and then some specific countries. Also, UN ESCAP is a facilitator. And so that is my wish. Right? Okay, that is the references. Okay, the students, right, you could get these references if you are interested. And then, thank you very much. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. The presentation is very informative. So I would like to inform you again that his presentation will be elaborated at the capacity building workshop, which will be held on 29-30 November this year in ESCAP. So if you're interested, please visit our website and then you can find some related information. So during the coming capacity building workshops, Professor Lee deliver again this kind of the nice presentation, not only for digitalization but also the decarbonization. So if you have any question and comments to him, including the online participants, please raise your hand. All right. Okay, so I'll try to secure the integrated Q&A time at the end of this session. So okay, so now I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Se-won, who is the Associate Research Fellow, Director of Port Policy and Operation Research Division, Korean Maritime Institute, who will present port governance in the Republic of Korea. Yeah, Dr. Kim, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not a professor, and I think I need a script for my presentation, so I'll take a seat and give a presentation. Please understand.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kim Se-won from Korean Maritime Institute.
Please turn on the
yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kim Se-won from KMI. And yeah, Professor Lee already said every country has a different system. So I think in member countries, I think the governance in port sector is different. So today I'd like to introduce the governance in port policy formulation and development in Korea and look at the issues. Yeah, first, let's look at the classification system for port in major member countries. In Japan, ports are classified into 4 levels: international strategic hub ports, international hub ports, major port, and local ports. The classification of these ports is based on qualitative rather than quantitative indicators. The table below defines each port classification, and International Strategic Hub Port act as a hub connecting the global ocean freight network, and 5 ports are designated as such: Tokyo, Yokohama, Kobe, Osaka, and Kawasaki port. In Japan, since the enactment of the Port Act in 1950, all port development and management activities have been delegated to local government, which directly or separately establish port management companies to develop, maintain, and manage ports. The central government sets the basic national policy for development and is responsible for evaluating local government's plans and providing financial support for port development. In China, ports are categorized into 3 types: major hub ports, local main ports, and general port. This is based on the importance of the port to shipping lines. Like Japan, China also uses qualitative indicators to distinguish these port types. Before 1983, port development and management was handled by the central government, but since 2001, the responsibilities for both port development and management have been transferred to local government for unified control. The central government sets a national port development plan and is only responsible for financial investment in major infrastructure. However, port development is restricted by the central government port plan, and any development exceeding a certain scale must obtain approval from the central government. Ports in the US are classified based on their management authority, which includes state or city governments and private companies and operate ports. The port management system in the US is based on federal statutes, with the actual port management and operational rules and regulations implemented by state or city government. In addition, state and city government may choose to operate in the form of self-financing by establishing a port authority, thereby ensuring independent in all aspects, including development, management, and operation. Yeah, Korea also has the Port Act. The Korean Port Act divides port into trade ports and coastal ports. Trade ports are ports where foreign ships enter and exit. Coastal ports are ports where ships primarily serving domestic ports enter and exit. Korea's port classification system is categorized into period before and after the revision of the Port Act in 2009. Before the revision of the Port Act, ports were divided into designated and regional ports. However, after revision, designated ports and regional ports were divided into trade and coastal ports. According to this concept, there are 31 trade ports and 31 coastal ports in Korea. Ports can also be categorized according to the entities that manage them. These management entities are referred to the Management Authority in the Port Act. If the central government, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries, is in charge, we call it national port. And if it is managed by the local government, we call it the regional port. Based on this classification, there are 26 national ports and 36 regional ports in Korea. In other words, the ownership of a port by the state and the administrative work of port development and management by the central government or local government. This is the basic management system for Korean ports. Of course, there are exceptions in some ports and port facilities. In order to enhance the professionalism and efficiency of the management and operation of port authority have been established under the Port Authority Act since 2004. Currently, 4 national trade ports, Busan, Incheon, Ulsan, and Yeosu Gwangyang Port, are managed by such port authorities. The table below shows the roles of central government, the Port Authority, and the local government in the port of Busan, where the Port Authority was established. In developing the port, the Busan Port Authority is responsible for constructing piers, maintaining and repairing port facilities, and managing action plans for construction projects. And Port Authority also collects port facility charges from port users instead of central government. Actually, this slide doesn't have important relationship with governance, so I will skip this slide. Okay, there are three main port-related acts in Korea. The first is the Port Act. The Port Act regulates port construction promotion, port designation, port master plan, port development, management of use of port, port hinterland complex, prescription of cost and profit, etc. In addition, according to the Port Act, Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries established the Port Master Plan and the Port Hinterland Master Plan. Second, the new Port Construction Promotion Act. This act was enacted to simplify the approval process for the construction of new ports and promote the efficient implementation of the project. Currently, 12 new ports have been designated in Korea under this act. Third, Act on the Development of Port. This act designed to develop old and idle ports and their surrounding area. Currently, 14 ports and 19 redevelopment project areas have been designated in Korea under this act. In addition, master plan for port redevelopment is established every 10 years under this act as well. According to the Port Act, a port master plan must be established every 10 years, and a feasibility review of the existing master plan may be conducted every 5 years, including the supply and demand forecast of port facilities and cargo demand forecast. Currently, Korea has established the fourth Port Master Plan in 2020 and is currently working on the revised fourth Port Master Plan. The main contents of the Port Master Plan include matters related to the designation and modification of ports, issues related to the supply of port facilities, matters related to the scale and timing of development of facilities, port management operation plans, and the designation of port zones, and so on. These port master plans, this port master plan is divided into 3 stages: planning, formulation, and final plan confirmation. First, in the planning stage, we analyze the various environmental changes surrounding the port, even in the whole world. Second, in the formulation stage, various human and social data and technical data are analyzed and tested, and future port volumes are forecasted for each port. Based on these port volumes, the area required for development, such as a need to expand the port, is determined and layout plan is prepared. This is where the facilities are located. The transportation network is planned, and various impact studies, such as traffic impact studies and environmental impact studies, are jointly conducted. Once the plan is established, a feasibility study is conducted to determine if the construction method is feasible and economically viable. Finally, in the confirmation stage, according to the Port Act, Central Port Policy Council deliberate on the master plan. After approval, the port master plan is finalized and published. As part of the master planning process, we are reviewed for consistency with other plans and evaluated in consultation with relevant sectors for sustainable port development. For example, as known in the table below, Act on Marine Spatial Planning and Management requires consultation on sustainability of marine space, and Framework Act on the national land requires evaluation of national land plans. The figure on the right side is the procedure for conducting an evaluation of national land plans. And as you can see, the evaluation and consultation process with MOLIT and Ministry of Environment is essential. The criteria for evaluation of national land plans include sustainable management of land resources and low carbon and friendly land use. For port construction projects, after the planning and notification of the port master plan mentioned above, followed by basic design. This includes the environmental traffic impact assessment and the energy utilization plan from the feasibility study, and the amount of land compensation or fishing rights compensation is also investigated. Next, the project operator will make an implementation design, and after the implementation plan is published through consultation with related organization and approval by the local government, a construction contract will be signed between the project operator and the government, and construction will begin. In addition, the regular safety inspections and maintenance of port facilities are required to strengthen the resilience of ports in the event of natural disasters. This picture is a workflow for facility safety and maintenance. In Korea, there is a Special Act on Safety and Maintenance of Facilities. According to this act, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries conducts regular inspections to ensure the safety and functionality of port facility, and conducts annual maintenance project for facilities that require maintenance and repair. Okay. In Korea, there are various issues in the governance of the port policy formulation process and port development. First, there is an increasing demand for local government and local citizen to participate in port-related decision making. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the participation process of related organization and local governments and stakeholders in the formulation of master plans. Second, there is an increasing demand for the transfer of port-related authority to local government from the central government. However, due to the limited budget and manpower of local government, it is estimated that it will be difficult to promote port development and management projects that require a huge budget allocation. In addition, there is currently a lack of quantitative criteria to distinguish between national and regional port. Third, there is a growing demand for coexistence with local fishermen in relation to port development and operation. Therefore, it is necessary to establish by law a support plan for the surrounding area, and it is also necessary to collect compensation calculation organization that stakeholders want when discussing compensation with fishermen. In addition, also there is competition and conflict with other coastal development, such as offshore wind farms, urban development, and environmental protection, and so on. Therefore, it is necessary to collect options and coordinate in advance before plans are made through marine spatial planning and marine impact assessment and marine use consultation. Therefore, it is also necessary to establish a conflict management system to prevent these various conflict factors in the port sector in advance. In order to minimize these conflicts, the following conflict management procedures can be proposed at the port development stage. At the stage of preparing the master plan, related organizations are consulted according to the procedures of the Port Act, and it is recommended to organize a management council of related organizations if conflicts are expected. After identifying whether conflicts occur at this stage. In addition, it is necessary to collect the options of local residents in advance before the prepared master plan is published. Unfortunately, delays in construction due to conflicts can be very costly from the time of plan approval to construction and opening. Therefore, it is necessary to seek a reactive conflict management plan based on various scenarios. Yeah, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Kim, to deliver the very comprehensive and informative information about the port governance of the Republic of Korea. Now, I would like to invite last presenter, Mr. Ninan Piju, who is the Senior Port and Maritime Transport Specialty of the World Bank. Mr. Ninan, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks, Mr. Wayman, Director Transport at ESCAP, Mr. Won Jun Kim. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to sit along with the distinguished panelists to talk about sustainable port development. My name is Ninan Piju. I'm based in Singapore. I work for the World Bank as a Senior Port and Maritime Transport Specialist. Before joining the bank, I spent about 25 years operating ships also to Thailand, container ships. So I'm speaking more also from my experience, my interactions with port authorities in the countries that I operated shipping services. So it's my pleasure to discuss on sustainable port development, deep diving into review of port development in Southeast Asia, which includes Thailand, as many of our client countries are seeking support and guidance for a green transition in line with the IMO's GHG emissions reduction strategy. I really enjoyed the presentations from Professor as well as Mr. Kim. Both are important because you all get a very clear idea on how do you plan port development. These are very difficult topics. Initially, it might be difficult to understand, but once you go through and visit a port, then it becomes more clearer. One of the best examples for private port development, I beg to differ with Professor. One of the best examples for private port development is Thailand. You go to the Lamchabang terminal, you can see a number of private operators. But what I would like to say is that there is no one fixed model, right? It depends on the needs assessment. And that is where I'm starting my presentation. So a quick introduction. What is the development scenario? What is the scenario in front of you, which is very important? What is the regional context? If you are looking at building a port in Thailand, you need to understand the region. And also, what is the demand? Who is asking you to build the port? Who are your customers? Deep needs assessment is very important. And then you come to port governance, looking at the models, the best practices that was shared today, and also emerging best practices around the world. And I would like to also show what exactly World Bank is doing in this area. So, and before I start, also, we value the interactions with ESCAP, and it is an important topic for development partners, financial institutions, and the private sector, simply because to reduce CO2 emissions and reach the IMO targets, it requires something like $1.4 trillion just to transition the shipping into clean fuel operations. So imagine the extent of financing required, which is why we initiate and support private sector participation. So let me give you an idea on the region. Southeast Asia region is home to more than 500 million people with a combined GDP of 3.7 trillion. I see no dearth of ports in the region. There are more than 32 ports with international shipping connectivity between the 10 maritime nations serving the region that cumulatively handles about 14% of the global container traffic, or 116 million containers. So understanding the demographic data and the trends is an important first step to plan infrastructure developments, including ports. And that so that the planners can right-size the investments based on an informed development plan. A white paper from Euromonitor called Megacities, Developing Country Dominations, identifies 33 megacities, each with a population of 10 million people or more. And Southeast Asia region is home to 4 such megacities, as you can see in Bangkok, in Jakarta, Ho Chi Minh City, etc., and Manila. So these mega cities are also areas of mega shipping activity. That is a first need. And transport, logistics, and supply chain networks need to be calibrated to serve the growing needs of the communities. The second point I would like to make is on the technological advances have opened up pathways for enhanced digital connectivity, leading to increasing digitalization of trade and services and the business ecosystem. Globally, mobile data traffic is increasing. Cisco, the world leaders in IT and networking, forecast that there would be 2.8 billion internet users, and many of them are in Southeast Asia. As per the ASEAN statistics, more than 66% of the ASEAN population is connected to internet. There are 440 million internet users in ASEAN, while the mobile phone penetration is more than 100%. In fact, it is 38% more than the population, which means 38% of the population owns 2 phones, right? So that pushes you into the trade scenario. You look at the online purchases happening in Southeast Asia, mobile commerce. Now, these are demand drivers for shipping because all these products need to be shipped from those countries, manufacturing countries, into the 4 metropolis, starting with the 4 metropolis in ASEAN. So leveraging a smart ecosystem, more digital flows and transactions, particularly e-commerce and mobile commerce, allows for consumers to order, that allows consumers to buy online, are expected. With improved digital connectivity, the share of global e-commerce is estimated to be almost 15% of the total retail sales, or about $30 trillion in 2023. Now, these technological advancements provide numerous options to develop innovative solutions across the business sectors, particularly for trade and services, from supply chain management to efficient transport systems. Shipping is an important part of that, as 80% of the global trade is moved through ships. So these developments have a direct impact on the ports and highlights the need to develop port connectivity as well as digital connectivity to serve the smart supply chains. Now, another view that we looked at is the shifts in supply chain from global trades that are concentrated. Countries are relying on a diversified pool of trade partners today. This is particularly true for the larger economies. For example, China imports crude oil from more than 40 countries, and United States imports cars from more than 25 nations, including Thailand. Now, this is a big change, and it will be a big change from the current scenario where 40% of the global trade, the importing country relies on 3 or 4 fewer nations for supply of a given resource or manufactured goods. These concentrated trade relationships exist in all sectors, at all stages of the production process, and in all economies. Narrowing this focus further, about 15% of the global goods trade corresponds to cases where the importing economy relies only on 2 countries or fewer nations. Laptops, for example, chromium and palm oil are good examples where major trade flows are coming from 2 or less than 2 countries. So with these supply chains shifting into new markets, the need for port infrastructure is going to be emerging and different. And the policy planners need to have a clear understanding on how future trade flows will be. So how does the supply chain connectivity looks like in Southeast Asia region? You can see that East Asia, we divided the world into different regions. This is an internal World Bank grouping. Now, when you look at East Asia, as Professor said, the top 7 ports in China, East Asia have good connectivity. But when it comes to Southeast Asia, we clubbed it together with Oceania, which is Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific Islands. There are vessel delays and ports caused by infrastructure gaps, weather delays, inconvenience due to trade policies, inefficient customs procedures, and non-standardized documentation. By the way, this research was conducted for the World Bank with the University of Antwerp in 2020, and it's their findings. So policymakers and planners need to be aware of the challenges so that corrective actions need to be taken. Another benchmark indicator is the Logistics Performance Index. This is brought by the World Bank every 2 years. The Logistics Performance Index scores countries on how efficiently they move goods across countries or within borders. The Logistic Performance Index is an interactive benchmarking tool created to help countries identify the logistic performance. You can download the latest Logistic Performance Index, which was released 2 months ago at the World Bank's website. Another benchmarking tool, which I was largely involved, is the Container Port Performance Index. We put together this index in 2020. The World Bank collaborated with the Market Intelligence and Analytics Division of S&P Global to launch the Container Port Performance Index in 2020. Here again, you can download it on our website. The CPPI, we call it, Container Port Performance Index, is based on available empirical data pertaining exclusively to time spent by vessels in the port and should be interpreted as an indicative measure of container port performance. The CPPI 2022 includes ports that had a minimum of 24 valid port calls within the 12-month period of the study. And the number of ports included in the CPPI 2022 is 348. Now here you can see the top ports, and you can see, I'm sure you should be able to see Lamchabang, number 27, ranked for efficiency in the world. It's a private-public partnership. Singapore, ranked 18. Of course, Yangshan Port, it's a new port in Shanghai, near to Shanghai, the largest port in the world. They also are one of the most efficient because of the faster turnaround of the ships, etc. And here, Professor has a valid argument. It was developed by the government-linked company. So no one model, but a model that is needed based on the government's socioeconomic development plan and strategies. We also looked at another benchmark indicator in looking at the digital connectivity. This slide benchmarks the Southeast Asia region based on the digital infra and applications that are implemented by the port. A review of the operational performance of top 10 ports that adopted digitalization and establishment of port community systems for safe and secure data proves that those ports that took an early decision to embrace digitalization became the top runners in port efficiency. Three minutes. Thank you. So I will run through these slides. This is another measure implementing electronic data exchange. Very few ports in Southeast Asia, but in East Asia, you can see higher adoption. You can compare this across the regions. And in summary, I've put in all these indexes, and you can benchmark your port. And this is what the port planners should do. How a port is faring based on connectivity, in terms of cost, in terms of efficiency, in terms of carbon emissions, regulations, digitalization, etc. So you look at where your port is fitting in, and then the governance team needs to look at what are the key drivers that needs to be developed. So what does World Bank do? We have embarked on diagnostics. The World Bank Group's country climate development reports are very good diagnostics reports that integrate climate change. Sorry, I didn't show this slide. Yeah, this one. Yeah. that integrates climate change. These reports suggest concrete priority actions to support low carbon resilient transitions. The first of the climate reports is already published and available at our website. These, you can see the link is also in my presentation. You can easily download these reports. This reports would help country development strategies in a manner that integrates climate and development, supports countries as they define, update, and implement their nationally determined contributions by identifying concrete ways to increase resilience and adaptation and reduce greenhouse gas emissions that supports development. Another major work that we have embarked on, is a programmatic engagement. We have various publications on the review of the fuels, green fuels, those countries which are interested in green shipping. We have done a thorough research on green fuels. Not able to move. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, this is an important resource for port governance.
Good afternoon. I would like to urge you so we could get seated and start this session because we are pressed in time, but we have so many interesting topics to cover in this beautiful session of ours, which is called Oceans-Based Climate Action. So I'm very grateful to all of you that are staying in the room. My name is Aneta Nikolova. I'm from the Environment and Development Division of ESCAP. And why we are leading this Oceans Days, because Environment and Development Division of ESCAP is focusing on nature-based solutions and is working in several areas. One of them is Environment and Health Nexus and One Health. The other one is Sustainable Food Systems. We're looking into a framework for assessing the food systems risks in the region, including from climate change. Then we are leading also the Ocean Climate Action, and Ocean Day is part of that, but there's a lot of more activities and work that we're doing, accelerate of SDG 14 implementation. We're also doing a lot of capacity building with the member states. Please, let me just give you the tone of the storyline that we would like to cover in this session. Is first of all, I would like to tell you that the blue carbon ecosystems, including ocean habitats like seagrasses, mangroves, coral reefs, are estimated to contributing to 7 to 10% of the global mitigation of ill emissions that are caused by deforestation in the world. So blue carbon ecosystems are extremely important, and they could compensate to some extent, especially in our region, 1 to 2% of the total forest cover deficiencies. This region, Asia Pacific, is actually the host of the half of the world mangroves, with enormous diversity of species, because mangroves are a home of fish species, of bird species, other animals, and they have enormous potential. And this diversity is found in the Asia-Pacific region, particularly in Southeast Asia. Mangrove forests actually are estimated to really manage to carbon sequester about 22.8 carbon dioxide globally, which is half of the yearly emissions from fossil fuels, land use, and industry. But there is not that very good news as well in our region, right? So this is, as I said, half of the world mangroves, but we're hosting around 60-70% of the losses, of the global losses of mangroves. So there is enormous potential to start working and to restore the mangroves and actually the marine ecosystems, the coastal ecosystems in our region, because nature-based solutions have the potential to sequester carbon dioxide in our region, but to be able to continue doing that service for us, plus the other ecosystem services which are for livelihoods and benefits, they need to be restored and maintained and protected. Now, with these words, I would like to ask our colleagues to connect us with Ms. Tri Purnajaya, who is the Director for Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, who has taken the role to present to us today on building regional ocean-based climate action initiative partnership. Do we have Ms. Tri Purnajaya online?
Yes, I'm here. I'm not
Yes,
Miss.
Mr. Tri Purnajaya. My apologies for.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yes, my apologies. I'm so happy to see you online, and I give you the floor. Thank you very much for taking the role and presenting.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking all of you, especially the organizers and sponsors of this important event, and especially the United Nations for Economic and Social Commissions, or ESCAP, UNDP, COP-C, United Nations Environment Program, and all the participants for joining with us. And I have the honor and privilege to share some of Indonesia's thoughts and views with regard to this particular discussion on regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action as part of the 6th Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean, which not only reflects the importance of this issue, but also the sense of urgency that we as nations must all address collectively. As you all probably know, 2/3 of Indonesia's territory is covered in ocean. Therefore, as representative of the government of Indonesia, we cannot emphasize enough the importance of sustainable management of our ocean. Yes, of course, we do have some enormous challenges, not only Indonesia, but many countries, such as inadequate knowledge, resources, lack of funding, data for sound decision-making, policies and processes. However, rest assured, the government's commitment to work closely with as many as partners as possible. And more importantly, of course, we would like to listen to the views of others as much as learn from your experiences as well. Let me begin by saying that we know around 90% of the excess energy that accumulates in the Earth's system due to increasing concentrations of greenhouse gases goes into the ocean. And sea surface temperature can have a significant impact on marine life. This is, I believe, are all scientific. And globally, sea level rises at an average rate of 3.4 millimeter per year. Next slides from 7 to 10 basically will show the capability of the ocean to take up CO2 and various ocean mitigation options to reduce the greenhouse gas emission from the ocean and to close the emissions gap. On the next slides, there's also an increase in ocean-based commitments in the UNFCCC processes. UNFCCC COP25 marked the first mandate on ocean, requesting the convening of a dialogue on ocean and climate to consider how to strengthen climate mitigation and adoption and adaptation action. Indonesia submitted its view on the elements and arrangements of dialogue on the ocean and climate change. In the upcoming COP28 in UAE, there is a potential to strengthen the ocean-based action to achieve the net zero commitment. Indonesia, through its presidency in G20 last year, published recommendations on promoting ocean-based solutions to climate change. First of all, by strengthening cooperation. Secondly, promote nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches, as well as enhance science policy interfaces. Indonesia this year is chair of ASEAN. We also published its, of course, ASEAN published its blue economy framework with 3 strategies. First, blue conservation management, blue science, technology, and innovation, blue priority sectors. Indonesia not only initiated but also co-sponsored the Archipelagic and Island States Forum in 2018, as well as hosted the first high-level meeting this year, even recently as last month. We had 4 thematic issues, namely climate adaptation and mitigation, blue economy and tourism, marine plastic debris, and good maritime governance. The leaders' declaration emphasizes the collaboration to strengthen concrete development cooperation of archipelagic and island states to protect and preserve the health of the ocean ecosystem. Yes, at the first high-level meeting of Archipelagic and Island States Forum was held on the 11th of October in Bali, which was a success, attended by 32 countries from different regions of the world and 4 international organizations, namely UNDP, ASEAN Pacific Island Forum, and Melanesian Spearhead Group. Prior to the high-level meeting, there was even a ministerial meeting which was held on the day before that, which was on the 10th of October, and 2 other senior officials meeting, or SOM, which was held in Fiji in June this year and Madagascar in August of this year. Basically, the senior official meeting was in preparation for the ministerial and the high-level meeting. The discussions during the high-level meeting as well as the ministerial meeting were very productive, of course. Countries openly shared their views through remarks and interventions, which were very insightful. It was clear that there was no one-size-fits-all policy. Different countries had different challenges with respect how they deal with the adverse effects of climate change and how we can improve ocean management, sustainable ocean management. More importantly, the high-level meeting adopted the Leaders' Declaration on the solidarity of the Archipelagic and Island States Forum. More so, the declaration highlighted the need to preserve the health of the ocean ecosystem and how to address sustainable development-related challenges. And among others, also emphasized the protection of the marine environment from the challenges of ocean health degradation, loss of biodiversity, acidification, plastic waste, and marine pollution, as well as in good maritime governance. It is worth noting that for better management of our oceans, it's important to also take into consideration different level of development dimensions. We need to have more synergy, collaboration, and cooperation is key for the success of sustainable ocean management. And it's important to continue continue the discussions among countries and regions in the world, so that we have a better understanding what the challenge, the real threats and challenges are, and how we can collaborate to gain the momentum and how to build a more resilient ocean management. And with respect to our National Blue Agenda Action Partnership, we signed between Indonesia and UN Indonesia, signed the Ocean 20 in November of last year, which includes various UN bodies, which with 4 focuses, namely blue health, blue food, blue innovation, and blue finance. The aim was basically to create a healthy ocean, to promote SDGs 2030 and Indonesia's maritime vision of 2045. And in May of this year, Indonesia sponsored the ESCAP resolution number 79-2 on regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on Oceans in Asia and Pacific for Sustainable Development, which was adopted on 19th of May this year. The resolution's aim was to speed up the ocean-based action to combat climate change through capacity building, innovation, development, and transfer of technology, as well as to support the 2025 UN Ocean Conference. On the way forward, of course, the resolution aims to ignite regional cooperation. And at this meeting today, I sincerely hope that we can have a fruitful discussion on how to achieve the goals of the resolution, and which I believe will provide some kind of impetus and leverage for us to even work much harder together. So with that, I would like to thank to you all for listening, and we'd like to, of course, listen to others as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tripurnajada. I was informed that you wish to have a regional program initiative on ocean dialogue to be held in 2024. Has been supported also by the government of Fiji and the PIPs that are standing behind such an initiative. And they are our Pacific leaders have endorsed the 2050 strategy for Blue Pacific as a roadmap to support sustainable development and ocean as critical component embedded in their strategy. And they would stand behind you for moving forward on initiating such a coalition for next year. Now, I would like to invite the Secretariat to help me to upload the presentation of Professor Dr. Daniel Fritz. We are very honored to have that presentation, which unfortunately was not able to be delivered in person, but we have received a pre-recorded video. Professor Dr. Daniel Fritz is the Cochrane Family Professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences at Tulane University and leads the mangrovelab.com. He is also the co-editor-in-chief of Wire's Climate Change.
Hi everyone, thanks for the opportunity today to talk to you about blue carbon and its potential in the Asia-Pacific region. When we talk about blue carbon, we're really referring to four different coastal ecosystems. These are mangroves, seagrasses, tidal marshes, and more recently, tidal freshwater forested wetlands. And these four ecosystems have a lot of things in common. They are able to sequester and take up carbon dioxide from the atmosphere at really high rates. And importantly, they're able to store that primarily in their waterlogged soils for timescales which have a contribution to climate change mitigation. And more importantly, we can do management actions such as conservation, restoration, or changing flooding and things like that to actually make a difference to the carbon budget. And all of this can be done at a scale that's actually meaningful to climate change. So this is really the four physical and policy management aspects that make these blue carbon systems really important. Now, you might have heard the term blue carbon used in actually a lot of different contexts, and I'll just clarify here, I'm only talking about mangroves, seagrasses, marshes, and freshwater forested wetlands. I'm not talking about seaweed, macroalgae, kelp, tidal flats, the seafloor bottom, whales, reefs, and oysters, and other ecosystems that are sometimes called blue carbon, but we don't really have the science yet to show that they are sequestering carbon dioxide at very high rates or that they're able to store it permanently. But even with those limited coastal ecosystems, we can see there's still a huge potential. Globally, we think there's about 30,000 teragrams of blue carbon stored just in mangroves, marshes, and seagrasses. proportion of it is stored in mangroves, but actually the biggest proportion is probably in seagrasses. And you can also see on this map really where that blue carbon is located. And the Asia Pacific region is really rich in blue carbon resources, particularly Indonesia. And if we look even at just individual components of blue carbon, we also see that the Asia Pacific region is this key hotspot. This model shows above ground biomass of the mangrove trees. And purple areas are the areas with the highest biomass. And we know that in places such as Indonesia, we have some of the tallest mangrove trees in the world. This is a model that's based on the measurements of over 100,000 trees, but it all points to Asia Pacific region being home to a really important blue carbon resource. And we also have, as well as all this blue carbon, we also have great opportunities to do blue carbon projects. So this map here is really a model of the opportunity or potential for blue carbon in terms of blue carbon credits. And it's really a model that takes different layers of where the carbon is. It takes into account the threat to those carbon, because if we're going to do a blue carbon project, we need to show that it's currently under threat through, for example, deforestation. This gives us the additionality to generate carbon credits. And then this model also takes into account all sorts of kind of socioeconomic data on kind of the cost to set up and maintain a project, for example. And it gives us three categories of mangroves. Mangroves in blue, where some credits would be generated, but maybe either the carbon is not so high or the threat isn't so great compared to the cost of the project. And then we have investable mangroves. These are in purple, where sufficient carbon credits would be generated by a project that would generate sufficient income that it would just about balance out the cost of doing that project. And then we have profitable mangroves. These are mangroves where there's very high carbon stocks, probably very high threats to mangroves, so a lot of credits would be generated, but project costs are probably a bit lower. And 20% of the world's mangroves will qualify to become a blue carbon project because they're at risk of being lost. And you can see that opportunity is primarily in Southeast Asia. That's where the green areas of the map are primarily located. Now, this is not a good thing because it means that our mangroves in our region are potentially heavily threatened. And we know that for mangroves, Southeast Asia has been a historical and is a continuing hotspot of mangrove loss. But if we could put projects in all of these locations, it would generate in excess of $1 billion per year of conservation finance, which would go towards protecting and conserving these important ecosystems. So we have all of this potential, particularly in the Asia Pacific region. But let's look now at where the current carbon credit projects are actually located. So we probably have about 12 or so projects that are verified and are suitable for generating carbon credits at the moment. And some are in South Asia, but the majority are actually in Africa. And we're seeing some projects coming up in Latin America. Now, if we look at the pipeline of projects, so projects that are in the process of being developed and should be online in the next 1 to 3 years, then we do see the Asia Pacific region really starting to increase, whether it's proposed seagrass projects in Japan or a bunch of mangrove projects that are under development in Indonesia. And conversations that we're having with investors and project developers frequently suggest that the Asia Pacific region is going to be the real frontier for blue carbon projects going forward. There's a huge amount of interest in part because of the huge opportunity that's there. So we are going to see the landscape for blue carbon projects in the Asia Pacific region really change over the coming years, and I think it's quite an exciting time to see how we can incorporate this really important conservation tool into our current practices of mangrove conservation and restoration. But these projects are only suitable if they are high quality and if they are having the impact that we want them to have, both on climate and sequestering our greenhouse gas emissions, but also that it's done in an ethical way, ethical for communities that are living within these working landscapes and the biodiversity that is also found in these locations. There's a lot to be done and a lot to ensure that projects are of high quality. And I think this is one aspect where blue carbon is really ahead of many other types of carbon offsetting projects, that we have very clear and strong guidance and principles on how we can deliver blue carbon projects that benefit climate, people, and biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Yes, we thank Professor Friis for this fantastic presentation that set up the scene and showed the potential in our region for investments in nature-based solutions and in the blue ecosystems, carbon ecosystems. Now I have the pleasure to introduce two delegates that came from Samoa, from very far from Samoa, and we're very honored to have here with us Ms. Maria Satoa, who is the Principal Marine Biodiversity Conservation Officer at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in Samoa. And we have also Ms. Tausulu Raupene, who is the Senior Statistician on Environmental Statistics at the Samoa Bureau of Statistics. They will deliver a joint presentation and a small video.
Thank you, Ms. Anata, for that brief introduction. A warm greetings and talafalava from the beautiful island of Samoa, a small island state located in the South Pacific, for those who may not be aware of this. Before I proceed on with our presentation today, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the government of Samoa to acknowledge our host and organizer of this Ocean Day for the invitation for Samoa to participate and be part of this dialogue. It is our pleasure to be here and be part of this event. A special thanks as well to the UN Joint Program for Ecosystem Services under the ESCAP component for Ocean Accounting Pilot project in Samoa, which has provided technical and also financial support for its implementation in Samoa, and respectively supported our participation to this event today. So our presentation consists of two main components. So first off, we will be showcasing and highlighting current key implementation on nature-based solutions for coral reefs, but also our mangrove rehabilitation programs for the purpose of restorations in Samoa in the form of a brief video clip. You will note from this clip the participation and also the engagement of our local communities across a range of community status, from youths, entitled men, women and youths, and also the children. And it is important to think, from our end, to think globally but at the same time to act locally. And that is what we have been practicing and doing, which you will witness through this video. This initiative that you will be seeing was made possible with the financial support of the Principality of Monaco and also the technical support of the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, SPRIP, under the Pacific Adaptation to Climate Change and Resilience Building, PACRIS, through the Marine Ecosystem-Based Adaptation to Climate Change component. And this project has ended. However, our efforts live on through continuous monitoring and necessary ongoing implementation to ensure sustainability of the life of the project under the coordination of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, and with the continuous commitment of our local communities. These efforts through nature-based solution you will be viewing align significantly to support our national priorities and plans, such as the pathway for the development of Samoa, as well as the Samoa Ocean Strategy 2020 to 2030, which has a key implementing integrated management solution to strengthen our MPA network, but also protecting our 30% of our ocean, to name a few. We also have our national community integrated management plans, as well as our environmental sector plans. Similarly, they align to support our regional and global efforts with regards to building and enhancing resilience to the impact of climate change, but also other natural factors and anthropogenic pressures through the implementation of our nature-based solution. We'll let the video speak on our efforts. So please enjoy, and on that note, I kindly request the assistance of our facilitator to please play the video. Thank you.
98% of Samoa's domain is the ocean. Like other Pacific Island nations, we are not a small island developing state. We are a large ocean state. Our waters hold exceptional habitats from seamounts to coral reefs, mangroves, and oceanic basins. They all contribute significantly to both the economy and identity of our Samoan people. Despite being responsible for a tiny fraction of the global greenhouse gas emissions, Pacific Islanders are amongst the world's most vulnerable to climate change, and we're the first to directly experience its effects.
There is over 100 coastal communities in Samoa. However, only 9 communities are involved in this implementation.
Talu mai le yang ole matu ile fa ya ofale afi se lo ni se ko nale na yesu no le pe le am ko ki fa kai ya ni ko kala le ko mako va ai yo le ko ku am na pe fa lo mako bu ko se ya ma hu de ko mako mu la ko ke le am ko fa yong ko ke le fo le Iya wali fung kau mafa.
future. Yay! Restore ocean, resilient future. Yay!
Restore ocean, resilient future.
I hope you did enjoy that brief video clip, which provides an insight into some of the key implementation that we are currently undertaking with our communities. Second part of our presentation, we will be briefly providing an overview on our ocean accounting pilot project under the UN ESCAP partnership. However, I want to emphasize that the ocean accounting concept is fairly new and not quite been fully explored and applied in the context of Samoa. However, initially we see value in it, in the integration of the ocean account concept, whereby looking at the connectivity and how social, economic, and environmental data and information under the mandate of our Bureau of Statistics can help to complement and add value to our marine-related implementation. Consequently, to further help with sound decision-making and practical management measures in place for our ocean and marine ecosystem, and at the same time, impacting positively on our communities, especially those their livelihood depends significantly on the ocean and its diverse resources. We hope through this platform, this dialogue, we will be able to learn more on the experience of others and also hear success stories with regards to fully utilizing ocean accounting, so to further assist us connecting the dots to improve and enhance on our marine and ocean related implementation. So without further ado, I will hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Tausulu, from our Bureau of Statistics for her brief presentation on the connectivity of statistical information, ocean accounting, and marine-related activities in the Samoa's context. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Talofa and greetings, everyone. Just like to add on now on my colleagues' presentations, and I'll touch on the brief overview of the connectivity of statistical information in our pilot ocean accounts and marine-related activities at Waiusu Bay area. For your information, the Samoa Bureau of Statistics is the leading agency in providing official statistics for the country, and its role cross-cuts all other sectors in the economy and social development of Samoa. Environment is one of our main stakeholders, so we make sure that we're able to produce environment-related statistics for their own purpose of use, like projects that enhance the resilience of our small island country to climate change, and so forth. Ocean accounts was introduced in the country in 2021, as I remember, and the Bureau was already working in producing sea accounts under the assistance of UN ESCAP. So with some of the information that we produce from our sea accounts and other related activities that I will mention afterwards, assist with the implementation of Waiusu-based ocean pilot projects. These activities or data, next please. These activities or data that we produced, as mentioned, include first, the sea accounts or system of environmental accounts, which are developed using the Sea Essential Framework 2012, following the principles of system of national accounts. So Samoa Bureau of Statistics and its stakeholders were able to produce these accounts, including water, energy, and waste, which helps a lot in the compilation of the technical parts. The information produced from these accounts help to monitor some of the SDGs indicators related to these thematic areas. Also, it helps to provide environmental statistics for policy and decision making. Example from the data that we collected from the sea accounts, we get the information, for example, like how much water that is used per household or per capita. Also, looking at the wastewater discharge, whether it's managed properly. Also, we get information from renewable energy share in total energy use, which helps us to know whether we have a huge share in using renewable resources in the country. Household waste generation and management tool, see if solid waste are dumped at the landfill, ocean, or the backyard. Ecosystem accounting focusing on fisheries reserve is in its feasibility stage, and we are collecting information and see if it's feasible for Samoa to conduct this kind of accounts due to data availability. Secondly, census information, which produce demographic information like number of people and household near the pilot area of Waiusu, and also we get information on disability issues, how the wastes are managed, the number of buildings, and so forth. We also have the Agriculture Census 2019, which has the information on types of land use, whether they're agricultural lands, whether used for croppings or raising animals, horticulture, to name a few. Our HICE, or Household Income Expenditure Survey, has the information on the sources of income and expenditures for household. If there are families that rely on fishing or gathering other sea products for living. The sanitation survey is also a survey that we work with the Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure, and it gathers information related to household sanitary systems, types of sanitary facilities for different households at the project area. And lastly, the administrative data on trade statistics, which reflects the types of imports or of products, example, the plastic cups, bottles, white goods, which affect our oceans if not managed properly. In our GDP reports, fish is a major export in the country. So this was reflected, this can reflect the wealth from our ocean if it's cared properly. So there's a wealth of information that we been extracted from different reports produced by the Bureau of Statistics, which is vital for the protection and managing our oceans and wealth, oceans health and wealth. But however, we still need collaborations and coordinations through ministries in order to implement this kind of project, which helps to build the resilience and to combat climate change. And also, we still need technical expertise from our regional partners in order to put together this kind of information. And that's all from my end. Thank you, Untitled Lover.
Thank you very much for the exciting presentations and a very good overview of the work done by the Statistics Bureau. Now, I was informed that there is a second speaker from Indonesia that would like to speak from the government, Mr. Pak Haji Nasution, who is from Deputy PR of Indonesia. And he would like to, we need to upload the presentation, the last slide. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So allow me to continue of what Mr. Tree was presenting. I think there was some bad connection, so he was not able to finish the slide. But at the end, there's an important slide that I like to mention. So, as mentioned by the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, that this year, that Resolution 792 on regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on ocean in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development was passed. So that resolution acknowledges the importance of conserving, restoring, preserving, and sustainably using marine and coastal resources and of ecosystem-based approaches to regulating the global climate. So this encourages its members and associate members to accelerate ocean-based action by promoting capacity building, innovation, and technology development and transfer, as well as strengthening joint cooperation, technical assistance, and resource mobilization. So in that resolution also it mentioned to convene a dialogue on accelerating ocean-based action to combat climate action prior to the 2025 United Nations Conference. So the way forward is, this is the last slide that was not mentioned. So I'd like to mention it now, is to initiate consultations on regional action to develop a regional program. So this entail joined by member states, supported by research institutions, sub-regional mechanisms on the ocean, UN, and international organizations. And then to hold consultations toward the Ocean Dialogue to be held in October 2024. And then present input to the Ocean Dialogue to invite the voluntary participation of member governments and stakeholders. And then present to the 2025 UN Ocean Conference and mobilize regional cooperations. This will invite member states to join this existing journey. So thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pakaji. And I was informed that there is an intervention which we received in writing from the government of Fiji as the first intervention in this section. And now we're going to move to statements from governments that are presented here. And the first one will be from the government of Fiji. There are 3 points that I'm asked to read verbatim. The Indonesian proposal that was presented just a minute ago is fully shared by the government of Fiji and as a co-sponsor of the 79th Commission Session resolution of ESCAP. The second point is, as a small island developing state, Fiji and PIFs are heavily dependent on our ocean for our daily subsistence as sources for food and fiber and economic development. Point 3, ocean act as the main organ of climate, playing a critical role in regulating our environment for our long-term security and survival. And point 4, our Pacific leaders had endorsed the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific as a roadmap for our sustainable development and our ocean as a critical component embedded in the strategy. Now I would like to open the floor to other governments that are present here, and I would like to intervene and make comments related to this initiative or to this to the resolution 79/2 on climate, ocean for climate action. Anyone through online connection? Okay, I understand. I see no hands from other governments representatives. So now we could go to international organizations and fellow UN agencies. I understand that we have a request from FAO, from the... Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for the floor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all the wonderful young people that I can see in the room and also online. My name is Angela Lentisco, and I represent FAO as a Fisheries and Aquaculture Officer. And FAO would like to thank the host of the 6th Asia-Pacific Day of the Ocean for convening this platform for systematic and inclusive dialogue on priority areas and challenges in our region. Beyond terrestrial ecosystems, climate change threatens freshwater, coastal and open ocean marine ecosystems and their capacity to sustain food production. Climate change impacts are increasing water temperature, growing low oxygen zones, acidifying the ocean, and making extreme weather events more intense and frequent. In turn, this is leading to significant changes in the accessibility, availability, and trade of aquatic food products with potential significant nutritional, geopolitical, and economic consequence, especially for those countries and communities most dependent on the fisheries and aquaculture sector. Aquatic foods, and this include fish, shellfish, aquatic plants, and algae, are particularly important for food security, livelihoods, and the economies of Asia and the Pacific region. The region represents the majority of global aquaculture production and approximately 50% of all captured fisheries production, and is home to the majority of the world's small-scale fishers. Trade of aquatic products is considerably both within the region and globally. Both marine and freshwater aquaculture and fisheries of the region have the capacity to produce a sustainable and resilient source of food and livelihoods if they are well managed and developed sustainably. For decades, aquatic food production has been growing at twice the rate of population growth thanks to fisheries development, and into mid-1990s, and now to the expansion of aquaculture, the fastest growing food production industry. So when discussing solutions for climate action, I would like to also invite you to remember that approximately 600 million people worldwide depend at least partially on fisheries and aquaculture for their livelihoods, with nearly 500 million involved in small-scale fisheries, and women account for about half of the workforce through fisheries and aquaculture value chains. Climate change is and will impact food security. Hundreds of millions of people depend on aquatic foods as the primary source of protein and vital micronutrients, and for most, this is not a replaceable source from land-sourced food. Addressing climate change impacts is critical to ensure sustainable livelihoods for small-scale fishers and fish farmers, and to maintain food security and reduce poverty among the most vulnerable. Aquatic food production, or as was mentioned earlier, ocean-based food, has the lowest carbon footprint of any animal protein, and therefore offers a climate-smart solution to the supply of low-carbon and high-quality nutrition. FAO strongly believes that aquatic foods should feature as a pillar of the regional dialogue on accelerating ocean-based action to combat climate change to support the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 14. Thank you.
If there are no other UN agencies willing to intervene further, I now want to open for the civil society organizations and other stakeholders to intervene. And to begin, I was informed that we have very interesting Rekam Nusantara Foundation as a civil society representative, or Rekam, that is represented by Ms. Anicia Rizdiana, and I give you the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Anita Nikolova. Ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to introduce Rekam Nusantara Foundation. We are a national NGO in Indonesia with a mission to document the richness of our biodiversity and cultures. In line with the mission, we established the Fisheries Resource Center of Indonesia, a hub for community to sharing knowledge and support sustainable marine and fisheries management in Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the largest archipelagos, comprising over 17,000 islands. More than 3 million people rely on coastal resources and livelihood. These coastal resources not only provide food and income, but also serve as a nature shield against storm and adverse weather conditions. Climate change is real. In one of our project sites, the coastal area of Demak Regency in Central Java of Indonesia, we are witnessing the effect of rising sea level rise. While the global warming contributes to 8-inch annual sea level rise, the land in Demak is sinking nearly 4 inches per year. This makes homes for nearly 1 million communities. School, hospital, and even cemeteries are being submerged with seawater. Indonesia is highly committed to sustainability. The country has ratified the Convention on Biological Diversity and set a target to conserve 30% of marine areas by 2045. It is equivalent to over 97 million hectares. One of the challenges in safeguarding our asset is defining the parameters for success and improvement. In 2021, the government of Indonesia, in collaboration with Rekam Nusantara Foundation and the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, conducted the first pilot on ocean accounting. The Global Ocean Account Partnership is an action group, provide a communication and collaboration platform for the global community of practice to engage in mutual capacity building and share knowledge on ocean accounting. Until now, GOAP has 31 members, including 25 countries. The first pilot of ocean accounting was set to determine whether this account, a structured compilation of maps, data, and relevant indicators encompasses social, economic, and governance aspects, can support the management of marine protected area. Through this pilot, we gained a comprehensive understanding of the physical and monetary value of our ecosystem, particularly in the coastal area, also as well as their contribution to the economy and the impact of human activities to the coastal ecosystem. This achievement has become our benchmark for further pilots, which not only covers marine protected area, but also fisheries management and specific themes related to measuring the blue carbon ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, I must emphasize the importance of blue carbon ecosystem in Indonesia. Some research found that Indonesia hosts for 17% of the world's blue carbon ecosystems. However, to manage these valuable assets, we need a comprehensive understanding of the ecosystem through reliable data and information. This is one of the reasons why now we are focusing on the blue carbon accounting. And I just want to closing statement with 3 key points. The first, blue carbon accounting is essential as part to achieve a nature-based solution. And the second, let us prioritize the protection of our marine and coastal ecosystem to safeguard the communities. And the third, as the member of the Global Ocean Account Partnership, we highly encourage a global action to mitigate and adaptation with climate change. This action should be a collective effort, no single actor or country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very, very important statement. I understand now that we have some requests from our online participants for interventions. And I would like to, because I don't have this in writing, so we have Miss Jane Gerardo Abaya, and can we connect to her? Through MS Teams, right?
Yeah, thank
Zoom
you.
link.
Can you see me or can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to deliver the remarks of the IAEA. And I'm honored to represent the IAEA today at the 6th Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean held in Bangkok. And thanking the Secretariat of ESCAP, UNEP, and the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub for the invitation. The theme of the dialogue, Interactive Dialogue Ocean-Based Climate Action, touches several important points for the IAEA and its member states. I am trying to open the video, but it looks like it's not working. So for the decades now, the IAEA has been delivering peaceful applications of nuclear science and technology to its member states through different programs, frameworks, and agreements in Asia and the Pacific region. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes the crucial role of science and technology in driving transformational change to achieve the SDGs. As small changes in our environment can have wide-ranging consequences, most of the SDGs are directly or indirectly connected to environmental issues and more specifically to the ocean. distinguished participants, excellencies, with the oceans covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, human health and sustainable development are inextricably linked to their health. Through research and innovation in nuclear science and technology and cooperation, the IAEA is taking its share in the global effort to tackle the most urgent environmental marine challenges. Among them, marine pollution, including microplastics, ocean acidification due to carbon sink role of ocean for greenhouse gas emissions resulting from human activities, ocean warming and deoxygenation related to climate change, as well as habitat destruction and harmful algal blooms affecting seafood safety. To promote international collaboration on ocean acidification, the International Atomic Energy Agency Marine Environmental Laboratories hosts a dedicated Ocean Acidification International Coordination Center to bridge the gap between the scientific community, policymakers, and the public. Raising awareness and building capacity is key in addressing these climate-related ocean changes. Coastal areas can also provide nature-based solutions to carbon emissions, inducing ocean acidification. Vegetated coastal ecosystems such as seagrass meadows, tidal marshes, forest mangroves have the capacity to accumulate and store large stocks of organic carbon in their sediments, effectively removing it from the atmosphere, a process known as the blue carbon. The IAEA uses nuclear-derived techniques and builds capacity to generate data and advance knowledge on the potential of blue carbon ecosystems to help mitigate ocean acidification impacts. Distinguished participants, excellencies, further, in 2021, the IAEA launched the nuclear technology for controlling plastic pollution, known as NUTEC Plastics. Four main IAEA flags together countries and partners from around the world to fight plastic pollution on two fronts. At a point source, by introducing new technology to improve plastic recycling, and in the ocean, where the bulk of plastic waste ends up, by monitoring the presence of microplastics. With regards to recycling, NUTEC Plastics has swiftly transitioned from experimental proof of concept to a development phase in the Asian Pacific region. At the center of these initiatives is the innovative use of irradiation to treat plastic waste, which expands the horizon of recycling and facilitates higher value reuse. In Asia and the Pacific, therefore, activities are focusing on the reutilization and recycling of polymeric waste through radiation modification to produce industrial goods. 10 countries in the region are participating in the initiative, with the 4 pilot countries, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, leading the way, deploying and combining different approaches to polymers recycling. A milestone achievement was met this year in 2023, where the Asian Pacific pilot countries reached a new technology readiness level, signifying the completion of the research phase and marking the beginning of the development phase, which will begin in the new year. Efforts around marine monitoring for microplastics are also making strides towards forward in Latin America and the Caribbean, and moving beyond plastic pollution. The IAEA is in the final stage of a new interregional project focusing on ocean health. This project aims to detect and monitor various pollution types, including heavy metals, harmful algal blooms, ocean acidification, hydrocarbon, and radionuclide pollution as their impact on marine environment ecosystems. This new project will promote a better understanding of ocean health, which can inform the decision-making process and support the alignment of ocean conservation efforts with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, excellencies, indeed in Asia and the Pacific region, one outstanding example of regional cooperation under the auspices of the IAEA is the Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to Nuclear Science and Technology for Asia and the Pacific, also called the RCA. For 5 decades now, we have been doing the work within the RCA that are leading to tangible socioeconomic impact. Marine environmental degradation, including ocean acidification, plastic pollution, and the adverse impacts of climate change are increasingly affecting overall development in the region. Therefore, more and more projects, exams, and programs and initiatives are being planned and implemented under the RCA to tackle marine environmental issues or taking into account marine environmental considerations. So in conclusion, Excellencies, as development challenges linked to the degradation of ocean health and climate disruption evolve and become increasingly urgent, I would like to assure you that the IAEA is committed to promoting research and innovation and to apply science-based solutions as well as to disseminate new technologies and innovative practices through all available mechanisms. These mechanisms include collaborations through regional agreements, as well as technical cooperation projects, flagship initiatives, and so on. In this way, the IAEA is ready to continue its support for regional initiatives that contribute to addressing the common sustainable development challenges of the region and to play a key role in such cooperation. Excellencies, in conclusion, as we gathered here today to discuss the best practices, lessons learned, and future challenges in research for the health of the oceans in Asia and the Pacific region, let us continue to engage, collaborate, and strengthen our collective efforts as it propels us closer to the day where the tides will turn in our favor to ensure a healthy and prosperous oceans for all. I thank the organizers and wish everyone a successful deliberation. Thank you. We'll be sending the final version of the text of my statement for the IAEA. Thank you, colleagues. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much for this intervention. I understand now that we have Mr. Sang-Min Nam, Director of Environment and Development Division of ESCAP, who wants also to intervene. Sang-Min, the floor is yours.
Thank you, distinguished representatives, speakers, and participants. On behalf of Secretariat, I would like to express my appreciation to your participation and sharing new ideas. So I would like to bring your attention to the Resolution 79/2, and particularly the messages presented by government of Indonesia on the regional dialogue, ocean dialogue, to be held October next year. So we Secretariat see this is a great opportunity to move up to the next level following this series of annual Ocean Day events. So in that regard, as a proposed, so we ESCAP Secretariat is ready to facilitate consultation or research to make next ocean dialogue result in tangible outcome. So Secretariat will consult with our permanent representatives about potential processes towards the ocean dialogue, and then we'll work with you to make this ocean dialogue meaningful and substantive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nam. This is well noted. So I read that we have a lot of young participants from various schools and universities in Thailand, across Thailand. I would like to invite them to actually use this opportunity to address some questions that they have to our panelists, to our speakers. And yes, just don't be shy. Raise your hand. Yes, please, over there. Please present yourself and from what university you're coming, and you just have to press the button. Yeah, they're a little bit tricky.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kosha. I'm from Mahidol University International College. The question that I have is that as many developing countries, Thailand, for example, rely on the ocean-based industries such as fisheries and tourism as main sources of income. Therefore, there might be a limitation to the capacity of those countries to take climate action due to the necessity to prioritize their national interests. So my question is that what maybe the speakers present here, what could you suggest the international organizations could do to advocate for ocean-based climate initiatives in the developing countries that are facing these struggles and limitations? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Would some of our panelists want to intervene? Well, the question is about what can the local communities do, which will be considered as a local community nature-based solution, protection of the environment, but for the purpose of climate action. And I think the video that we saw from Samoa was a very good example, and I know that in Thailand there's a lot of these initiatives going on as well, right? Restoration of coral reefs. What we saw, it was very beautiful, and I'm very excited about it because I'm also a diver and I've been doing that. I've been participating in such actions down the coast after the tsunami, Kaulak area. A lot of that was happening. Mangrove replantation, restoration of mangrove forests, but that has to be done in a very consultative way with the local communities, not only on pure enthusiasm, just bringing thousands of people. It's going to help, right? Because many people can plant it, but you need to know the technique and you know how to do it, because a lot of the mangrove replantation efforts have a very low rate of success because of the technique of replanting the trees as well. So engaging local communities that have indigenous knowledge and traditions for years of doing that is very important. So thank you very much for your question. And local communities have the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge of how to live close to nature. You would like to intervene also? Please. Maria. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I hope I'm interpreting her questions to my understanding, but there are various global and international frameworks in regards to climate-based or nature-based solutions, but also we have our national plans and frameworks. And it is important to ensure the alignment and the mainstreaming of those national frameworks to our global existing platforms and framework as well. And also it is important to have in place systems in place at the national level that can feed down to our communities, so that whatever local actions that we are doing ticks the box of our priorities at the national level, but also feeding and contributing to our national global frameworks with regards to implementation to restore our coral reefs or our mangrove ecosystems, in an action to compact or adapt, build resilience, enhance our resilience to the impacts of climate change, but also impacts that are caused by other factors and also human activities and so forth. So it is important to have those systems in place. From in Samoa, as you have seen, so we have a system, a government system in place where we work with other sectors or other ministry. For instance, any activities that goes out to the communities, we have a system to go through the Ministry of Women. And they have a system in place for our community mayors or village mayors, which through invitation, so we disseminate invitations to them, informing them of this program and these initiatives. And we will get an opportunity to sit down with the community council, for example, and for the government, that opportunity is to present to them these activities or these projects coming into the country and how that aligns to support our community priorities, national priorities, and also global and regional as well. So that we ensure we have the buy-ins, the support, and also the commitment of our communities to work with the government to carry out the implementation, but also looking at sustainability after the project itself, because we can't depend solely on external support from our donors, but we have to somehow have the capacity to continue on implementation once we have the project ending. So I hope that provides some ideas as per her question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I see there is a sign for another question from that group of students.
Yeah, we have a question from Mahidol University. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Sonia Yapinen. I'm from the Faculty of Environment and Resource Studies, Mahidol University. And I would like to know how we can raise awareness and build incentives to invest in ocean-based renewable energy, such as ocean thermal energy, which also includes tidal current power generation, offshore wind energy, and floating solar power. I think that these technologies can or have a very good potential, especially here in our region. So how can we kind of scale these technologies here? Thank
you. I think here you mean Thailand, right? Yes, so what I could tell you about Thailand is that you have a very robust climate net zero strategy, right? And the whole government is geared towards it. I've just learned from that EGAT is doing new projects and is really looking for local communities, interested participants that are ready to build renewable installations. And so it is good to get in touch with EGAT. That is very important for you as a team of young researchers. But also the Mahidol University has a green center, carbon net zero center, that you could actually join that in the university and look for opportunities to do projects that are guided by your professors and your assistant professors there. They might be having aligned projects already to work with several local communities in that area. So that was very interesting question. Thank you. Any other questions from online? Online participants inside the room? No, no more. No more burning issues and interesting ideas. I think we will have opportunity to do networking with the speakers and with all the resource people in the break after the plenary finishes. With this, I would like to thank all of you for very active participation, and that I hope you found this session very interesting. We need to work together, government and stakeholders, this is my takeaway from this session, to ensure ocean-based climate action And definitely for any opportunities of restoration of marine and coastal and marine ecosystems, we need to work closely with the local communities and get with their involvement into restoration of mangrove forests, corals, and also have some fun and learn a lot from indigenous knowledge, years of knowledge. Thank you very much. And now I leave it to the Secretariat to continue with the plenary session. Manuel, we're in your hands.
Thank you very much. We will take a short break, 2 minutes, while the rest of the audience returns back to the plenary room, and we will resume shortly.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. And for those who are joining us online, good morning, good evening, and I hope no one is online in the middle of the night, but if you are, welcome. I am so happy to see all of you here, this full room. I understand we have quite a few people online. And welcome back to the closing segment of our event. And thank you for participating until the very end. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Marlene Nilsson. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for United Nations Environment Program, Asia and Pacific. And it is my absolute honor and pleasure to moderate this closing plenary. And as I said, I'm a stickler for time, so I will be very strict. Our ocean is fundamental to life on our planet. It plays a vital role in the climate system and water cycle and provides a wide range of ecosystem services. Despite its importance, many pressures from human activities continue to degrade the ocean. This includes climate change, unsustainable fishing practices, excessive inputs of plastics, etc., etc. The list goes on and on. To tackle these issues, it's important to strengthen cooperation between stakeholders such as governments, civil society organizations, intergovernmental agencies, and scientists and the private sector. And in this regard, we appreciate the diversity of the stakeholders in this dialogue today. In the past 90 minutes, we split into 3 groups to discuss transitioning to sustainable blue economy in Asia and the Pacific, governance for sustainable and resilient port development, and ocean-based climate action. Considering they are all very important topics, I would like to invite the rapporteurs from each of these sessions to share a few key messages for the benefit of our broader audience today. We will follow the alphabetical order of these dialogues. So let us start with interactive dialogue A on transitioning to a sustainable blue economy in Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Teresa Mo, Communications Officer at the Reef World Foundation, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And thank you everyone for attending today and for having me also here. And to keep it on time, I will go into the session summary from our dialogue A today. So some of the points are: a transition to a sustainable blue economy has been recognized as a multifaceted approach that drives economic growth and innovation while ensuring the health and sustainability of oceans and ocean resources. Sustainable blue economies can provide wide-ranging benefits to our communities and societies for future generations. This includes both environmental, social, and economic benefits. Putting nature at the heart of decision-making includes ensuring equitable outcomes for all, harnessing ecosystem restoration for climate action, minimizing harm from human activities, and fostering a circular economy. Various flagship initiatives from the region were shared at the session, including Indonesia's Blue Economy Roadmap, the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent, and initiatives from Sustainable Maritime Transport and Sustainable Marine Tourism. Cross-sectional coordination and collaboration through a whole of government, whole of society approach, as well as ensuring equitable outcomes of blue economy transition through improved inclusion of women, youth, and marginalized groups, and balancing the opportunities for local communities in the blue economy transition process was noted for success. The private sector has a pivotal role to play in a successful transition towards a sustainable blue economy. Greenfin's initiative was highlighted as an example which works towards shifting the role of marine tourism industry towards actively participating in the conservation of nature while addressing socio-economic needs of community. A series of tools are available to support the transition to a sustainable blue economy, including MPA management, and a range of international frameworks exist to guide these efforts, like the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We need a common understanding of the blue economy. While these could look different depending on local context, we need key common elements to ensure that blue economy is truly sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and equitable. We also heard that transforming aquatic food systems can drive employment, food security, and environmental protections. Evidence-based policymaking is key for a successful transition towards a sustainable blue economy. Standardization and harmonization of data collection is important at national and regional level. Speakers emphasize that this is a crowded space and that the coordination and collaboration at national and regional level across sectors is key for an inclusive and truly blue economy approach. That will be all from our summary here.
Great, thank you for keeping to time. Thank you very much, Ms. Mo, and for sharing these important highlights of your dialogue. Now, I would like to ask the rapporteur from Dialogue B to take the floor, Professor Paul Tao Lee, Director of Maritime Logistics and Free Trades Research Center. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, moderator. Our session has 3 papers. Because of time limit, just 3 minutes, I'd like to summarize and digest all 3 presentations together. I'd like to deliver what is our main message. Number 1, we have faced new 3 emerging issues. The impact of COVID-19, that is a lot of impact on port activities, etc. Number 2 is digitalization. Number 3 is the decarbonization, so-called the CDD. So the first speaker, they highlighted and scanned the revisiting of the existing port governance matters. So he raised the question whether or not the existing port governance matters are enough to handle those 3 key emerging issues. Therefore, we need to change the port governance matters, in particular, expecting the growing role of central governments, because local governments, local port authority may not handle those 3 issues because of the limited resources, limited technologies, limited manpower. Second one, and then we could see is a wonderful, successful story of Republic of Korea. How, even though South Korea transferred power from central government to the local government or local port authority, how could the central government intervene in a wise way to develop port construction, port design, including environmental issues? Number 3, the representative from World Bank. What's the role of international bank like World Bank? He raised some case studies Southeast Asia, the applying the liner shipping container index or the container the performance port index, LPI, and then raised the 3 issues. How could we develop the pragmatic strategic development idea, and including financing issues? We need the money, we need the manpower, we need the collaboration among the stakeholders. Therefore, UN ESCAP could be one facilitator to promote this kind of issues. So even though our session has been focused on port, But this port activities, this kind of a new port governance model could contribute to make a blue ocean to develop this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for bringing to our attention the importance of effective governance for sustainable and resilient port development. The shipping industry continues to be a key engine for economic development in our region, and greening port operations is essential to sustainability of the ocean. Now it gives me great pleasure to hand it over to get feedback from Dialogue C on ocean-based climate action, and it will be Ms. Maria Satoa from MNRE Samoa. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have been tasked to provide a summary on the proceedings of Dialogue C on ocean-based climate actions. So there was a diverse a mix of interventions and shared experience from member states, but also our institutional academic institute, as well as our international organizations and also our civil societies. So first off, we had Indonesia, presenting on a representative of Indonesian government emphasizing the importance of sustainable ocean management to address climate change impacts. Global, regional, and national efforts to promote ocean-based solutions to climate change were introduced during the presentation. So this includes G20 Indonesia 2022 and Asian Blue Economic Framework, the first high-level meeting of the Archipelagic and Island States Forum, and also the National Blue Agenda Action Partnership. Further on, collaboration and cooperation was emphasized for success of sustainable ocean management. Our representative from Indonesia emphasized on the importance of initiating consultations on regional action to develop a regional program. And we were also fortunate to have the intervention by Professor Dr. Daniel on blue carbon ecosystem in Asia Pacific can sequence the carbon dioxide at high rates. Asia Pacific region is very rich in blue carbon. Blue carbon projects in the Asia Pacific region expected to grow. Professor Daniel, Dr. Daniel emphasized these projects are suitable if they are high quality, having the impact both on climate and sequencing greenhouse gas emission and implementation with ethical consideration. He introduced principles of high quality blue carbon projects. And then we moved on to Samoa. The representative from the government of Samoa noted that Pacific Island nations are vulnerable to climate change despite emitting little greenhouse gas. They showcased and highlighted current nature-based solutions for adaptation to climate change and resilience and Ocean Accounting Partnership Project. Also, we had Fiji, the Indonesian, they presented first on the Indonesian proposal, which is fully shared by co-sponsor to the resolution. And secondly, as a small island developing state, Fiji and PIPS are heavily dependent on our ocean for our daily subsistence as sources for food, fiber, and economic development. And thirdly, ocean act as the main organ of climate, playing a critical role in regulating our environment for our long-term security and survival. And fourth, looking at our Pacific leaders, which had endorsed the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific as a roadmap for our sustainable development, and our ocean is a critical component embedded in the strategy. And we had the opportunity of our representative from the FAO emphasized on the aquatic foods that should feature as a pillar of the regional dialogue on accelerating ocean-based action to combat climate change. And also our voices from the Asia Pacific region are central in establishing a dedicated program on aquatic food under the UNFCCC framework. And lastly, we had the RECOM Foundation representative, which noted that the blue carbon accounting is essential for nature-based solution. It is also noted that we need to prioritize protection of marine and coastal ecosystems to safeguard community. During the statement from IAEA and ESCAP, collaboration for research, application, dissemination of knowledge, and facilitating the consultation for ocean climate actions were emphasized, and they are ready to support our member states. And we also opened the floor for our youths here today to ask questions which were also addressed by our panelists during this dialogue sessions. And with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Satoa. We take note of these recommendations, which will inform the design of an important dialogue next year to accelerate ocean-based climate action in Asia Pacific in preparations for 2025 UN Ocean Conference. I would like to proceed with our final speakers, 2 youth champions. First, I would like to hand over the floor to the 2022 Asia Pacific Ocean Youth Champion to share recent developments of her work to protect the ocean. Ms. Penn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to ESCAP for extending the privilege of participating in this conference once again. The opportunity to engage in these crucial discussions about ocean sustainability is deeply appreciated. Moreover, I would also like to express my thanks to ESCAP for their unwavering commitment to providing a substantial platform for incorporating the voices of our youth in this dialogue today. The inclusion of youth perspectives and questions is of one of paramount importance, as the outcomes of today's deliberations will undeniably shape our future and how member nations will approach ocean sustainability. By creating a space where the youth are not just participating in these conversations, but being recognized and acknowledged for their remarkable efforts in the realm of ocean sustainability is crucial in establishing the role that the youth has on sustainability efforts, as inevitably it will be up to us to mitigate the consequences of environmental and ocean degradation. Having been honored with the title of Asia Pacific Ocean Youth Champion last year, I have remained steadfast in my dedication to protecting and rehabilitating coral reefs, thereby preserving the biodiversity present within these ecosystems. Over the past year, through the collective efforts of my sister and me within our organization Care for Coral, we have expanded our outreach to a wider demographic, focusing particularly on the education initiatives targeting younger children in schools. We firmly believe that inspiration is the key for fostering concern and interest among younger generations about issues pertaining to climate change. By igniting passion at an early age, we believe we can thereby nurture future leaders who will be at the forefront of innovation and advocacy and create the tangible change we need to see in the years to come. Furthermore, these efforts have been awarded by not only the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, but as well as King Rama X, an award event that was organized by the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security. These recognitions have then led us to multiple collaborations and invitations that have been extended to us by Thailand's Department of Marine and Coastal Resources that have accelerated our mission in preserving Thailand's coral reefs. With that being said, it is my honor to pass the torch and announce this year's Asia Pacific Ocean Youth Champion joining us from Fiji, Suzanne Turaganuwai. I would now like to yield the floor back to Madam Chair.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, and congratulations to our 2023 champion. Has she been able to join us online? No? Yes? The wonders of modern technology. When it works, it's fantastic, and when it doesn't, then it... Are you there, Suzanne?
Hi.
Oh, congratulations. I will hand over the floor to you now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to acknowledge ESCAP and the organizing committee for this wonderful opportunity as the 2023 champion from small island state in Fiji. I'm very fortunate and lucky to have this opportunity to speak to you all and share a bit very briefly about the work of the organization that I manage, the Pacific Ocean Litter Youth Project. We are based in the capital of Fiji, Suva, where we conduct research in citizen science in marine pollution using science and art to advocate for a cleaner Pacific. And I'm hoping that with this new title, I'll be able to take on that message of keeping our oceans clean and keeping our Pacific clean and encouraging and engaging more youths in the work. As you may have seen in the videos that were shared earlier today, a lot of groups are doing great work in cleanup campaigns. And so I urge the youths of today and the youths that are listening in today to continue with the work and to keep pushing and make our action for the ocean worldwide. And thank you very much. Vinaka.
Thank you, Suzanne, and congratulations again. We truly appreciate your environmental efforts and work, and we look forward to welcome you to Bangkok next year. Youth voices are inspiring. Last year, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a historical resolution which recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. Considering that the ocean covers over 70% of the surface of the planet and forms 95% of the biosphere, protecting the ocean contributes to safeguarding the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for present and future generations. Distinguished participants, we've come to the end of the program. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you once again for your active engagement. For your information, a summary of this event will be uploaded to the event's website in the upcoming weeks, and the recording of this session will also be available on the website. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our technical facilitators, our ESCAP, UNEP, and UNDP colleagues, as well as our partner organizations who made this event possible. We appreciate your commitment to the protection of the ocean, and we look forward to seeing you next year at the 7th Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean in 2024. I thank you. Shukran, sheshe, merci beaucoup, muchas gracias, asante sana, kapkun ka.
Amazing.
And now, for those of you who are on site, I invite you for a social coffee break outside the conference room.